Alright. Let's waste no time, shall we? We got plenty of ground to cover, and I think we're going to be going over the intended time because I am late. That's definitely not standard at this point. Ha 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 ha. I'm sorry. For the longest time, I think punctuality has been my least strongest suit because I'll admit I have been a little bit lackadaisical as far as treating streaming as a quote-unquote hobby. I just operate at my own time, but I just have schedules as essentially a bit of a reminder and a guardrail too. So I should, keyword should, get my act together and just try to like be a bit more punctual. I mean, after all, it's not fair to y'all because it also kind of makes things inconsistent. So I gotta keep that in mind. To present the conclusion first, no, the notion of the sword being a sentient one is incorrect. The locus of the will is not the blade, but the scabbard. An ego forged in a rather paradoxical nature, yes. That would be the most appropriate description. Not a sentient sword, huh? Ryoshi's grumpy dismissal made the scabbard quiver almost as if it had taken offense. Somehow I felt like I could understand what Hohenheim meant by will now. It was a union of sorts, one that gave both a tinge of sadness and hope. The scabbard has its own will. Does that mean the owner of that will can be resurrected? It is too premature to deliberate on the matter. The state of existence under question is not one that may be defined as death at the moment. I assume they ask whether it can be revived or brought back to life, so to speak. Even supposing that survival is a fixed variable, and that the reconstitution of the original corporeal body within the realm of theoretical possibility, the probability approaches zero given the limits of today's technologies and conditions. We researchers are inclined to entertain even infinitesimal chances. But in the terminology of lay people like yourself, such a prospect would be labeled impossible, wouldn't it? There is no need to fixate on the impossibilities of the present, Manager Dante. Such matters are reserved for scientists to hold on to. Right. But we may have uncovered a thread, something that could lead to restoring Ryoshi's memories. Though, again, that too is merely a possibility. A far more practical avenue for you to pursue at the moment, nevertheless. And to that end, yes, further analysis of the scabbard itself would be necessary. Coordinate with Alan for your next duty. You should be still in the ring nurse father's quarters. I'll be all. Wilhelm cut himself off there, clamming his mouth shut as if any further exchange might scatter and mess up the theories he constructed in our conversation. Alright, then, before we go, anyone want to tag along? Munching on food, averting their gaze, sinners were pretending they weren't interested at all. But going by the way their forks had long stopped moving, it was pretty clear to me that they had been intently listening in our conversation. Where are we to go? Ah, right. Sorry. Forgot the rest of you weren't there with us earlier. Faust, Don, Ryoshu, and I have been checking where each back door leads. Oh, and Kira too. The prisoner of war? Executive manager? You're talking about me? Yeah, I guess. I'm working with them too, yeah. Best remember to tread carefully. Should you cause even the slightest harm to the executive manager, you'll be held accountable without exception. Yeah, sure, whatevs. secure a needle at Aldous with a mocking pout. Oddly enough, she didn't appear particularly irritated. Anyway, I think it'd be better if we had a few more people just to be safe. One of the doors we went to earlier led straight to Ring's corridor. That was a close call. As Heathcliff's hand shot up the moment I finished speaking. Oh, fairly much of coming. I knew I could rely on you, Aldous. Your recognition of my loyalty honors me, Executive Manager. I, Aldous, understand better than anyone your concern about the peril of working with a prisoner of war so liable to betray. To have your indispensable self proceed with only a handful of soldiers under your command, this I cannot stand. I'm afraid I won't be able to focus on other duties without personally seeing to your safety. I get it, Aldous. You've made your point clear enough. Not keen on how I just keel over the moment you summon me. Feels a bit dodgy, that. Better stick to your side and scrap it out myself. You probably don't need me to come along then. I guess I could just summon the rest of us like you did earlier if shit hits the fan. The research yet unfinished holds my efforts. I shall join you once it's found its closure. Not that it can be much help with whatever you're going. I'll pass. I'll follow you if that's your order, our manager. No, it's fine. It's fine. Just get some rest. I'll probably be okay. I can always summon them if things get too dangerous. For now, I should go see Alan again. Gee, I wonder how many times we'll be using this whole Malku thing before things go belly up. And I'm pretty sure once we actually do get the Council 10, we're gonna see, we're gonna reap the rewards. We're gonna reap the terrible rewards that are waiting right in front of us. Hey, Bana. Bana with cat ears. Oh, that's cute. Oh, that's. I think I've seen like a few artists I've seen actually have Bana with cat features, if anything. It's always cute. What? How you doing? Oh, I'm actually glad I kind of preset Greg as. Oh well, I doubt that even works. I never really paid much attention to that, but I'm pretty sure that the passives don't work if he's out of commission like that.
시험해볼 기회구려. 명령하실 때까지 자리에서 대기하겠습니다.
I'm doing pretty good so far.
걸맞는 곳.
Just kind of chilling after taking care of some laundry today. Also had some nice unagi done for lunch.
준비는 항상 되어 있습니다.
Oh, I could actually bring someone to do some tremor bursts, so just to kind of get Scorch going. But then again, we're dealing with something that's weak and blunt. Blunt, lust, and gloom. So tremor is kind of there. Or maybe bleed? Oh yeah, I do have bleed. Like, hey, that's good. That's real good. As long as she's got her work done, I'm proud of her. Just let her know that. Oh yeah, I forgot the whole threat passives too.
책임은 자.
부름이라면 기쁘게 나서죠.
라만 차렌드를 뒤엎는다.
Ah, you've arrived. I was waiting for you. We sorted through and isolated the doors with the highest probability leading into the ring's gallery. The next step we enter the alternate door you mentioned, but much the Quest Expression song picked my favorite. My own CS song had made me cry though. Here's hook. Mine, I would probably say Nez. Nesok's Core Suppression. Though I haven't really listened much to the other layers Core Suppression themes. But as far as like the one that kind of brought me the most tension, I'm pretty sure that was more or less Nez. Because you do have the benefit of getting healed with every meltdown, but it also comes at the cost of just running into some very terrible situations that will probably either kill your employees if you're not careful or worse. Hold up a sec. I was actually gatekeeping more stuff. Huh? Gatekeeping? Are you saying you have more to tell about the doors? Yep. That door over there? Pretty sure it connects to N-Corp's nest. N-Corp's nest. I saw Albina going in all hyped about some canned experiences. And that wooden door with the bandages wrapped around the handle? Papa go in there and cross out vengeances. From what the book says, it's probably a turf protected by a thumb subsidiary or something. And like earlier, when she offered only vague snippets, even just about a single door. Kyo is now feeding Alan with a stream of intel that seems solid even to someone as close about the back doors as me. She's far more cooperative than I anticipated. Even after all that Alan character roughed her up, from what I hear. Yeah, you think she climbed out of spite. I wonder if she changed her mind about cooperating with us. Nevertheless, we mustn't let our guard down, Executive Manager. There's no telling when she will turn on us. Gee, you are... You're hawk-eyed for someone that is probably going to be in the same boat. Freaking, I can literally hear everything you're saying, you know. Alright then. Based on the intel, please proceed by investigating the safest doors first. As for the high-risk ones, I'll continue checking and let you know which ones you need to enter. Now untangle the devices around them and flash a couple of doors with blue light. Guess that means we start with those. Where do you guys want to go first? All about the same, just start the closest one. Well, Alan did say these are the safest ones, so it shouldn't matter which one. Just I reached for the nearest door Heathcliff told me to. Ryosha suddenly veered off, stopping in front of another one that stood a few steps apart. This door. It feels familiar. You recognize that door? I think I passed through it a few times when I was little. Probably hadn't Ryosha stopped speaking when the fragmented memory painted over in parts slipped into my mind. Sorry. I heard a lot, didn't it? I should have finished my homework faster. Oh, I know. Let's go for a walk. I don't recall much about it. I remember just now. Could it be tied to Araya? Let's start with that door. Okay, this one, yeah? Here we go. Impatient as ever, Heathcliff shoved the door open and strode in first. The rest of us followed, including Kira and the other sinners. And this place is... Judging by its state, it seems to be a welfare facility located within a nest. Most likely a park. Every saw walking, he was dragging along some animal along. Means he got money to burn. Proper ritual at this place. A walk that past Ryosha mentioned in her memory, and instead of people fussing over their pets. The pieces clicked together and I voiced the other memory I saw back at the House of Spiders. Did you ever come here with a puppy named Saru? Yeah, I remember that. Not a puppy though. Saru was a bit bigger by then. sorry. It hurt a lot, didn't it? I should have finished my whole faster. Why isn't she getting any better? Give her lots to eat. Oh, I know. Wanna go for walkies? I love walkies, don't you, Sarah? There's this workshop Dad always visits. Doors connected to a park. We can go right now. Oh no, that's a happy camper. Yoshi's childhood memory burned bright in my vision before passing. That was her as a kid? Verily, such gentlemen don't seem unlikely, young Yoshi. Hey, clock. Who can say you can show them my memories willy-nilly? No, come on. You know it's not something I can't control. GG. Back in House of Spires, I was the only one who could see the visions of Yoshi's past. This time, though, her memory seemed to manifest for everyone around, just like when experienced H-Corp with Honglu. Which probably means... Why are y'all staring at me? That's so random, what the hell? Did you not see that just now? See what? You guys on out together? Guess it doesn't apply to Kira. Well, she's not changed, so that's one thing. Then again, unlike how it was between Lin Dayu and Honglu, Kira doesn't have any direct connection to Ryoshu. I guess it makes sense. My food's not ready and I had some already too. Unless he also has some unagi don. That's eel, if anybody's wondering. Was that adorable hound that companion of old, young Ryoshu? Indeed. My one and only best friend. Because of that, Sarah will be locked away in the vault every time I had to depart on an assignment, with a spiral driven through her. The first ever leash. Looking back, it might have been a kind of fate that she had died sooner. To inflict such cruelty on a voiceless animal. How can such wickedness be born? What happened to Sarah in the end? She died before her time. I don't recall why, but there was this day that when Sarah wouldn't stop whimpering in pain, I shut myself in my room, crying. Hey, welcome back, Bana. You were not someone else? Who else? Of course it was me. Even after witnessing the fragment of memory, Heathcliff looked utterly unconvinced. And while I was grieving, Callisto offered a solution. Said he would give me a gift the next day. And what I received was something he called the Beast Bone Blade. A tanto that would whine and yelp in Sarah's voice with every swing. Ew, no way. I always knew there was something creepy with Robo-Unk. That's how he killed your dog, huh? No, he didn't kill Sarah. That Tanto was alive. Did you just say alive? Bloody hell. I'll write nutter, that psycho. Her eyes were embedded in like adornments. They stared at me with accusation. The tiny heart beat as though put Gee. Callisto, you. It was a horrible sight. And I felt pity. So I shortened what remained of her time with my own hands. Got me thinking after all that, I still mess with that art thing then. Let's be honest, after seeing something like that, you want to steer well clear, yeah? Right? Those things called artworks is all so cursed. Straight up nightmare fuel. Like, I haven't really checked out the other rings of works I saw, being a Nurse Fathers. So maybe I'm just a noob when it comes to all that, but yeah, their stuff never gave me any art vibes for real. I thought the same. Well, I was terrified at first. Yet, as I learned more, there were some facets that suited my taste. Then I found this appeal in those grotesque creations. From what you told me about Callisto, it looked like you failed to stick to his own advice. But there's something he always used to say. Art is wholly subjective, and thus one must never expect the understanding of others. The uncanny, the horrible, there's beauty that lies in the grotesque of it all. I can't say I quite get it, but if you say so. Nah, but bloody hell. How'd you end up getting used to that kind of thing? Well, the fact that she got exposed to it as a child, that's one first thing to really point out. Why do you need to understand? You're not an artist. I got used to it, but the Basilico's installation artworks caused night terrors and nightmares for it. The scabbard moved and Ryosha came to a pause. It trembled, but there was once a strange liveliness to it, as though it quivered between fear and anticipation. Night terrors, crying from nightmares, and the house of spiders. There was actually someone who got scared of ring stuff back in your day? I need to check something. I've seen enough here. Let's go back. Yeah, let's. Not that we're checking around here anyway. With the inspection complete, we quickly followed Yoshi back. She stood in front of the artworks, covered in sheets of cloth, lost in thought. Right here. There used to be a huge artwork displayed here. I don't know what kind of impulse struck him, but the bastard went about fussing, saying he needed practice so he wouldn't lose his touch. Mommy. What's wrong? Over there. I told you to keep the exhibition in your room. Ah, your turn, Yoshihide. I decided to attempt an installation of art somewhere larger scale at this time, but I ran out of space in my gallery. Mommy, people were screaming. Tears Yoshihide. Araya has reached an age where she may be introduced into the world of aesthetics. Surely this wouldn't be a problem. It would. You liking it and me acquiring the taste doesn't mean Araya will. Let's get you back to our room. I was hugging something in my arms. It was crying. Sorrow? No. Too big to be sorrow. Lacerated memories can never be made whole no matter how many fragments are glued together. We could tell Ryoshu everything we knew about Araya, but it would never truly reach her. I see. This hollow void. This must be Araya. The sensation and emotion for what's been empty begin to entangle with Ryoshu's memories. And that makes it possible for us to reminisce about Araya together. The soft rattle Araya gave seemed to show how pleased she was with this small step. Aww, the little... little Araya is actually showing her the way. Baby steps, mama, baby steps. And what's she mad about? What's Don mad about this time? Alright, time to check out the door. We entered several more back doors that Ellen pointed out. But unfortunately, none of the places we ended up stirred Ryoshu's memories any further. Pretty much nothing here. I think we're done. What? How'd they get in here? Startled, Kira pointed ahead, where figures wearing animal masks were hauling what looked like massive lumps of flesh hidden behind a tent of sorts. Those ring assailants from before. Does that not say they had sealed the door earlier? How do these villains come to stand before us once? Oh, well, they know how to use back doors. They probably infiltrated an entirely separate route, another back door. As you can see, their objective appears to be the retrieval of the ring nurse father's artworks. Get on with it! We need to move as many pieces as we can before we pull out. Wait, I thought Robot was washed. He's got so many fanboys and fair girls here. Does artwork possess value in it on itself? Or is it just in case of posthumous premium of death effect? Think about it. Some of the pieces have already been taken. Of course, they have little value to both our companies. Watching them sweating and struggling to drag those meteorite pieces with them. Pretty funny. But I'm imagining how those pieces will be labeled with some pathetic notion of heritage, connected to my name on the description plaques. Pretty unsavory. They may be occupied with transporting those objects for now, but they'll likely find soon cause to harm to the Wayfarer and LC personnel stationed here, Executive Manager. It'll be prudent to eliminate them without delay, considering the ring's reputation. Alice is right. Better wipe them out before they try anything stupid. Guys, looks like I got another job to do. Lend me a hand. The radio didn't buzz with the center supplies this time, but it should be fine. Yeah. We're gonna pay a heavy price somewhere down the line. I just feel it. We're gonna pay a very steep price.
오, 머리 좋다 단테. 방금 완전 좋았어. 아이, 짜증나게.
혈액발을 맛있게 먹었나 보군요. 투지가 서려 있는 모습이 흡족합니다.
저건 화가 난 거야.
네? 그게 정말입니까?
Unfocused volley. Hey, I'll take it.
맞았어. 짝짝!
어중간한 연민이 이런 불필요한 고통을 가져오는 거야. 목숨을 거두려 했다면
No ink over quite yet.
써야지.
목이 피었잖아.
덕다 우연히 스그레타 시키 됐네.
목이 피었잖아.
자세에 틀림은 없고.
Not as mad because she's drawing banana both versions for about an hour, then yell at me for having been on account. She said banana so much that she thinks banana. She's starting to understand the vision. She's starting to understand the vision. It's almost to the point of cuteness aggression, if anything.
좋은 움직임이로구나.
It's almost hilarious. Why is it one-sided? Oh, quite. Oh, okay. That's why.
차포잡이라. 예상한 것보다 움직임이 더 좋구나.
아이씨, 짜증나게. 어릴 땐 몰랐어. 왜 엄마가 삼촌들이랑 말도 못 섞게 했는지. 그 외부 강사들 손가락 안에서도 내로라 하는 실력자들이었을 거야.
Yeah, this will be good.
너희가 보여준 혹은 더 대단한 기술을 매번 엄마에게 가르쳐줬거든.
Sweep him away.
깨달음을 얻으셨군.
산소력 경영이
엄마는 무기라면 뭐든지
라시.
잘 다뤘어. 정답이에요. 그중 제일 뛰어난 게 권력.
옳다. 따뜻한.
Bleed.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
그를 건드렸겠다. 놈 나와. 흙을 마실 걸?
Crack some skulls around
거미 대가리.
and bring him to town.
와, 엄청난 공격이었어.
기념할 만한 걸? 방금 전에는 굉장했다고.
Alright, more of
그
them.
인간도 이건 인정할 걸?
Possible counter. That's fine.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
Kneel! Not quite. But it's still gonna kill him.
으타! 더 먹어치워라. 완벽한 한방. 시원한 걸.
Another thing that happened today was one of Don's friends told me to call her Carmen 2.0 for some reason. Gave me $10 to make it. Hey, that's money. That's money right there. And any amount of money, especially at a particular age, especially if you don't have much of an allowance, is nice.
산타사 너 속셈 지금처럼
It's a nice little head start, if anything.
다니며 많은 기억을 쌓아줘. 언젠가 그 중에서 가장 멋진 곳에 나를 데려갈 수 있게.
I'll be right back, just gonna get a little bit of food. Alright, I'm back. I got some food. Also had a bit of a phone call to take care of, so yeah. Let me at least. But good work, Lottie. I enjoyed it. You forgot the afro down too. Is that all of them? We just kept glancing around, searching for someone, but fortunately, no other ring members were in sight. Right, but what the hell were those clouds coming from anyway? What? Weren't just the first wave had more sods legging it from the back like they were lurking somewhere else. According to the tracking logs recorded by surveillance devices installed here, they appeared to have crossed over from another corridor. Another corridor? What precisely does the designation another corridor refer to? The room resembling a shopping mall, the one filled with batches of toys on display. The company, if I recall correctly, designated as the corridor of the middle nurse father. Ah. I suggest we relocate there. Your assigned tasks here have been wrapped up. Oh, and before we set off, do you have any information to share in advance? We're planning to compile a comprehensive encyclopedia cataloging the notable characteristics of these corridors and all their connection loci. Loki. Your cooperation will be most appreciated. Kiri seemed to hesitate, gnawing at her nails as if she were going through an intense struggle. Before long, however, she snapped out of it just like she locked in on a decision. Sure, I got stuff to tell you. Like, hella stuff. Some parts are kinda fuzzy, not gonna lie, but I can recall still like 20 places clear enough. I mean, it was home for me and Papa, so... I got nothing. I never once regarded that fucker's room as a home. My memories of all of it are all fragmented at best. This guy gave a faint, restless stir. Perhaps it wanted to comfort Ryoshi in the only way it could. Araya, please! Oh man, Pragmata's gonna really just... I never once ever thought of being a father, but now it's just... I'm not prepared, man. I'm not prepared. Son or daughter, I would give him the most love I can, man. I would. I'm actually so looking forward to Pragmata, though. I play it for next week, if anything. Accompanied by his tremors, we began to move toward the corridor of the middle.
착각하지 마라. 해파, 거태. 내 놈들 덕분에 내가 강해진 게 아니다. 내가 강하기에 내 놈들을 휘두르는 거지.
왔군.
대상 확인했어. 시작.
가시죠. 복제팀의 협조가 필요한 거지.
녹슨 총에 날카롭지 않은 화살초.
네. 원하신다면.
알고 침식도 양. 아마도.
How the heck? They swept everything that wasn't nailed down, huh? Fret not, I aspire to the half thy worldly possessions. Articulated fiction figurines, video games, cartridges. I'm not talking about my toy box, gay. I had many hell of them anyway. My TV's gone, the couch too. As Kira said, only a conspicuous empty space was left where the television and family couches that used to be. Oh, those? LC researchers hauled them away. From the sound of it, they're going to set them up in the staff one. As for the leather and ornaments, they said they'll be selling them off. Yeah? Ada seemed to notice something the moment she caught Kira's wistful look. The corner of her lips curled into a faint smile as she spoke with a faint nonchalance. Who knows? With sufficient cooperation, perhaps they'd be more receptive to the idea of returning those items. Assuming much? I said I never wanted them back. Anyway, I'll tell you about what I know, so come this way if you want in. These two doors are made from paper and wood. They connect to the S-Corp. And the one reinforced with steel, at least the V-Corp back streets, where, having lived here and made frequent use of those doors herself, Kira was clearly the right person for Kira was clearly the right person for the job, identifying where each doorway Wayfarer Company had access to explore. Guided by Kira and accompanied by Alan, we checked the doors one by one. Good work. All data seems to match. Thanks for your cooperation. Until there was just one back door left to open. I know this isn't anything new, but I gotta say, these back doors are just too bloody convenient. And portals too. It ain't doing anything shady like warp trains either, is it? Or as simple as turning the knob and entering. Seems to me you'll outpace your business rival in no time. Now, a bit hard pressed to agree with the too convenient sentiment when it comes to using back doors and portals, but since your intent was to claim Wayfarer superiority over the current W Corp, I'll take that as a compliment. Did I say something wrong? Every technology comes with a cost, Heathcliff. Aptly said. While this has been a workday relatively free of casualties thanks to the quality of information you provided, do understand that Wayfarer Company's primary services include pathfinding, path security, and path maintenance. Each of those services is fraught with life-threatening dangers for our employees. Some never return after embarking on a pathfinding journey. Some are killed while battling monstrous entities, whose exact natures haven't been even confirmed yet, that appear in the liminal space between paths. Like the wayward passenger. It also costs a pretty penny to keep the secure path, secure. As their operating costs is rather on the steep side, especially considering that we are also trying to prevent our rivals from taking this corner of the market. Thinking back, I don't think I've ever seen Alan enter a door to a new location with his helmet off. Must be one of his precautions, just in case. Yeah, because God forbid if you're actually just going through a back door and you just get sent out to the vacuum of space. You don't want that to happen now, do you? Or just go into like a toxic location where you just end up breathing something in and just die. Hey, for all we know, it could be melting love somewhere else in the wild, and that could already be a hell in a handbasket situation. Or the worst case scenario of actually having a backdoor to a possible location of a buried lobotomy corporation branch. So totally not throwing in some ideas now, huh? Maybe his dry smell and uncertain lack of reaction to anything are hints that he's simply seen too much to be fazed by most horrors. Okay, so he's a tier 5 employee. He's a tier 5. Still, our work has gotten considerably easier for this job thanks to the help from everyone here. Honestly, this partnership is working much better than I expected. Very well then, let's take a look at the last door. It's the door Papa used to walk through all the time. I followed Kira into the door, and the second I crossed over the threshold, the breeze carrying an oddly familiar salty smell tickled the tip of my one of my clock hands. This one connects to somewhere in the general Great Lake area, it seems. Welcome to U-Corp's giant Stingray port ship. Stingray, huh? Why does that ring a bell? That's the first place you ever met Ricardo. Hang on a minute. It's that place, isn't it? The port ship that has the Salon de Malou and the private hair salon. Cliff chimed in with a shudder as though the sheer weight behind his words terrified him. Oh, doth it signify then that we shall finally be made audience to young Heathcliff and his hairdo muscles? Oh, Dad, she is just digging the dagger deep. God, quit it with that illustrious nonsense, lass. Why encourage me now when you were so cavalier about blasting my villainous arse back at the lake? Indeed. Alas, 'tis true that punishment wrought upon our merry band hath severely outweighed the crime. Wouldst thou not agree, young Heathcliff? That to put the coupons, the use will remedy thy pain of a smidge? It's just the way she's smiling too. Ah, bugger it. I ain't even got anyone to spruce up for anyone. Sweet, then I can use him. We're regulars at the Malou place, Papa and me. I would ask the middle fam for a favor. He bring loads of coupons back home. Give away hair coupons every 10 visits, you see. So what am I even yapping about all excited? Kira, who seemed ready to launch herself into a cheerful rant, came to an abrupt pause like a bike tripping over a ledge. Her face fell as she lowered her gaze and scuffed the pebble away. Looking back, I guess Papa did hella care for me, so why? But it's also true these guys went out of their way to get me out of there even though they didn't know me so well. So they tried getting her away from him. Why's it gotta be so complicated? I thought I just gave you that anesthetic BC. That's a BC. Bowl cut. Bro, listen, like I said, that's not how you shorten these things. For some reason, Ryoshi seemed almost gleeful to hear Kira correcting her acronym. It was reminiscent of that self-satisfied look she'd get after confusing with these acronyms, especially during those early days of her bus journey. Thinking back, ever since Sinclair's translation became reliable enough, the Sans had less reason to voice their frustration with Ryoshi's acronyms, which in turn gave her fewer cause to snicker about. I'm not sure why, but something tells me that she might be making her acronyms ridiculously incomprehensible on purpose. I probably to cheer Kira up. After all, this is also a bit of trauma bonding too, considering Kira is the only living member of the House of Spiders, next to Ryoshu. As a technicality, 2 surviving members of the House of Spiders. If your conjecture is correct, Executive Manager, she has one tasteless sense of humor. From what I recall, the toys and games he was into were pretty retro. Must have been annoying to play along. At first, but the more I played along, the more I got into it. Still corny and juvenile as shit though. I know out of that conflict within the trifling apocryphal they may be, yet we are all compelled to peer hindwards at the interests of the family. Yeah, I want to know what Papa was into to really get what he was talking about. Besides, I need to know these things if I want to chat him up and talk about a mutual subject, so... He tell me about you all the time, Yoshihide. Proud shit. Not a day went by without him saying stuff like, Yoshihide going to this in 2 days, or, yo, this was Yoshihide's favorite, you know? Too bad I wasn't here to tell you his words weren't shit. I once thought of him as the same as you do now. A good man, at least among nurse fathers. Caring enough to bring me gifts. But one day, I realized he'd never understand the things I really cared about, even if his life had depended on it. One day, thou sayest? Pray tell, was it odd that he had changed thy perception of that man? That, I don't remember when or why, just that it happened. Wait, I might know this. Wasn't it something that happened at school? Papa told me that things started to get awkward between you and him ever since you quit school. Bullshit, I never been to school. I never even thought about wanting to go to school. I thought I must have been talking out of his ass again. Huh? No way, bro. I even saw a clip of it. What? Papa showed me that video when he was teaching me how to use those doors. I even saw baby you going, I'm off to school, Dad, in that video, so I'm pretty dang sure. I don't. As Kira went on Yoshi's confidence from her initial retort seemed to slip away. I couldn't blame her, so much of her memory had been mutilated. Yoshi didn't sound like she was denying it out of hand, though. She seemed to mean it when she said she'd never been to school and had never wanted to. Look at you have Hey, you're navigating life properly. You always have to have standards. You can't sink yourself for anybody. You cannot do that for one bit. Because the moment that you do is the moment they get blindsided. Granted, I'm not the best person to say or give any kind of relationship advice personally. I haven't had any kind of relationship to say of note. But it is always important to have some semblance of standards that you yourself can just rely on. Don't be taken for a chump. Don't be played as a sucker. Don't fall for sweet, sugary compliments and lies, because that's a gateway to just getting manipulated. Like a certain someone. Ah, shit. I got a nice little laugh out of me. I wanted to come to the fragment of memory that made her say that. The moment I willed it, a scene from her past suddenly flashed across my eyes. Very well, Shihide. I'll rush you into an institution that is not entirely dissimilar from school. There is a subsidiary of the ring. Academy. You sure it was a school, like an art academy or something like that? Oh yeah, that kind of makes more sense. Yeah, must have been an academy, not a school. Academy of Art. Yoshi muttered a few words as though they were pieces of a puzzle she was assembling. And after a brief moment, she turned toward me with an astounded scoff and looked of mild irritation. Clock. You deserve a smack. Oh, ow! And Lex smacked me upside the head with a scabbard. What was that for? This memory sucks, Clock. I would have been just fine without it. But at least I gotta remember the incident that changed my perspective on Matthias. Dad, how'd I go to a school? School, Yoshihide? Well, I don't see why you would wish, let alone need, to go to such an institution when we nurse fathers are here to provide you with all the education you require. You would like to find out our unique style of homeschooling that have been much more enlightening than trudging through any of the nest formulaic education systems. But Dad, I saw him in the picture book, and I don't have any friends here. Oh, Ryan, this is pointless. Oh, what's that supposed to mean, huh? But it is true that there are qualities that can be learned only through group erudition and engenders competition. Very well, Yoshihide. I will register you in an institution that is not entirely dissimilar from school. Really? I intend to send Yoshihide to an academy as part of my educational curriculum. There is an Academy of Art, a subsidiary of the Ring. Companionship with the other talented children approximately her age will nourish the spirit of inspiration that will guide Yoshihide's growth. The prescript approves. But Callisto, I'll tell you now that you might be making a mistake. And how are you so certain of that? Do elaborate if you can, hand puppet the prescripts by whom every aspect of existence is articulated. What do you even know of choice? Of what is right or wrong? And off they went. Perhaps a little more situational awareness would have prevented what is to come. Callisto had found me rather a decent academy. The artworks that used to scare me when I was alone weren't so bad when I was with other kids. No, that's not quite it. It'd be more accurate to say that I started to understand people's perspective on beauty. Of course, when all I've ever did was nod along to these lectures about purple prose, all the while making pincushions out of people's bodies like it was nothing. Alright, let me take a little bit of a break. Just gonna eat some food real quick. Alright, I'm back. I'm back. And it seems we came back to banana doing banana things. Sound like a scolding mother, if anything. I want the nice little flash of white in her eyes, just in order to just really bring the point home. Our lesson today will focus on corpus techniques. Now, take a good look at the diagram here. Then make the mannequins before you. Then the mannequins before you. Weave the blood vessels in the same pattern as the diagram, and I don't know why we're even learning about corporate stuff in this day and age. Right? I don't get the point of this slog is. Tying and shaping blood vessels to make a color that a drop of ink can do better. I've read that in a book. I'm more excited to learn about Cubist technique than this crap. Honestly, why is this washed up movement even part of the curriculum? It's just boring shell gore stuff. No, it's yeah, it's gory, but it's boring and shallow only because you guys are bad at it. What? Aw, you're mad because your daddy's a lame corporate. Your dad's a terrible artist. Oh, is he? No wonder her stuff is just as ow! I was taught that people who say bad things about my family deserve to get their butt kicked. And bad-mouthing Calista wasn't actually what set me off. I didn't have any special reverence or attachment to family like Matthias did either. It's just what I thought was what I was taught to dislike, that's all. So one of those tantrums kids have that at age. Kids will be kids and all that. Come on, Dad. Hey, buddy! You home early? Oh man, you must have been playing rough today, huh? Got dust all over. Got into a fight. A fight? Yeah, they kept saying dumb things about class stuff, so I smacked them. What about you? They didn't hit you anywhere, did they, buddy? On my cheek, but it's okay because I punched him this many more times. Did I do good? That's my girl. Dad? Where are you going? Oh, you know, just got some business to take care of. It's funny how the Libra skills tip. But I get you. But yeah, I'll also kind of reprimand her too if she does. Yeah, after all, she does need to catch up on her work too, if anything, so I guess I'll be Hookma in this situation as well. Why don't you sit tight and work on a coloring book? That'll be home before you know it. Okay. Is it bro business? No, it's family business. I ain't seeing what's so bad about taking care of your own. The snotty stars don't want to respectlessly beat it into them. No, not exactly. But if they're just being badass kids, even after just being light on them, then I guess. She's okay, now I see. I see. If only he'd been a simple-minded fool like you, and that story would have ended right there with a pat on my head. What? Papa, I mean, the middle doesn't stop there. It never does. You heard a member of the family that automatically gets you written up in the book. Yeah, and he did what he did in the end. Bro. Just come in swinging, levitating, and just decapitate teacher? Huh? There you are, Yoshihide. This class starting already. My dozen little girl. Wonder who she takes after. Dad? I know. I said I'll be back before you know it, but I got a bit lost trying to find my way through the ring's bastards' tricky mazes. You know how they are. Oh yeah, and there's so many Sylvan brats here. Well, as for their crimes, they slapped my buddy's face hard enough to leave a mark. That's an arm for you. Alright. As for the structures, well, anyone agreed that they did one sorry job of keeping these tykes under control. In that case, pursuant to Title 2, Section 52 of the book, execution by beheading. You clearly don't got much use of what sits on the shoulder, huh? How'd you like that, buddy? Bob's the best, ain't he? How dare he? Such senseless, barbaric violence! Uncultured, uncivilized animal! Do not be discouraged, dearest Yoshihide. I have hired out yet another academy worthy of your talents. It's much more significant and prestigious institution this time. I assure you, even an intemperate berserker like Matthias won't dare force his way into such a place as he did in the previous academy. Don't wanna... Yoshihide? I don't wanna go to an academy. I don't wanna go. I don't need friends anyway. For all his posturing, nothing that was ever important to me held any significance to Matthias. He took a lot away from me just to feel good about himself. So I hoped he, more than anyone, would never find out about the things I held dear, because I was afraid he would take them away from me like he did the others. But they'd always catch on faster than he had any right to. Every contract that he took away from the House of Spiders, made me tremble in anxiety. Any contract that took me away from the House of Spiders made me tremble in anxiety. Because I was worried about... I don't remember what. But I do know that I could never stop thinking about my room. So whatever occupied the room in my absence must have been the most precious thing to me in the world. The scabbard, which had been stirring lightly as Ryoshi recounted past, soon began to rattle audibly. It's doing that thing again. Ryoshi patted the scabbard with a gentle, reassuring hand. The scabbard that was once a Raya, and I remember without attachment. It appeared to me as though, almost though she was trying to pacify a crying child. Seeing that gesture, Heathcliff barely cast a soul, yet faintly expecting gaze between Ryoshi's scabbard and my device. Must have been thinking about his last conversation with Catherine. But Catherine's existence, unlike a riot, was erased by the golden bow itself. I doubt this device could do anything for Heathcliff at this point. From everything we know, the ring nurse father seemed to have been the least awful parental figure in your childhood. Even though exposing them to gore at a very young age is quite a very questionable thing to do. But yeah, it's like how some kids, I can admit to myself as well, probably watched some very intense or gory movies like Rambo or Terminator 2. I remember one point in like high school where we actually had movie time during lunch. One of the teachers actually had movies playing at lunchtime, and we just all corralled over there. And we had Terminator 2 on the TV. And we got far enough to that scene where the T-100 was looking for, I think, John Connor's, the kid's parents in jail. Or Sarah Connor. I think it was Sarah Connor that they were looking for. Sarah Connor was in jail at that time. And then we saw Don. No. No. The coast is not clear. You shouldn't be here. But yeah, we got to the point where the security guard gets stabbed in the head. I think that was the main reason why we never had any more movie times during lunch. Just because of that. But the point I'm trying to say is that we think we're mature at a young age, but the way that we try to achieve that maturity is the least useful way of doing it. Being exposed to heavy violence, sexual themes that we probably won't even understand, even with like sexual education. It's afterwards that you start wrapping things together once you have a bit more life experience. But anytime before that, no matter how many mature rated games you play or have or seen someone else play, it is not exactly the best way to mature at all. Some games may be fun, yes, but it'll fuck up your brain in more ways than one. Take it from me. Take it from me. Yeah, didn't know Rebel Uncle was such a radical guy. Saying to an academy like you wanted and even got angry on your behalf. Oh, hazy memories. Almost forgot to mention. A few days later that Callisto left a snowman by my pillow as a gift. It was made of heads. Heads? Yes, decapitated heads from the incident at the academy. Threaded together into a sculpture. Thinking back, it was one sorry excuse for art. He's so mistaken if he thought some low effort bullshit like that could ever make me feel better. Oh, God, spared us the details, lass. Well, with that covered, do you guys want to head back? Hang on. What's up? Can I get that luscious room before heading back? Shot at you! Dang it. Look there. Those blokes walking out of the salon. Why are they there? Falvis, ain't they? They found us. Will not be odd to find a field branch of the Ring's art movement in different districts of the city, especially that for the Falvis scale. However, various evidence suggests that the mass and the fact that our group has immediately drawn their attention suggests that they are in the same pack as the ones making regular incursions into House of Spiders. This is LCB, speaking to Team Leader Allen, requesting immediate commencement of lockdown sequence. Copy that. And why don't we... Holy shit, guys, stop. Bloody hell, what? Don't you know where you are? You're smack dab in the middle of protected turf. Cause a scene and bros and sisters of the middle will be here any second. Oh yeah, that's gonna be a problem. We've already drawn the Ring's unwanted attention. We certainly don't want the middle coming after us to the House of Spires too. Sounds like you got a GI. Talk. Ever play whack-a-mole? Like, why give ourselves a countdown? Just head back to the door now and beat up whoever thinks it's great to walk through the door. She puts forth a sound strategy, Executive Manager. As long as there's no high-ranking officer among them, it would be to our benefit. Well then, let's do as Kira says. Let's whack-a-mole. That was quick. Alan blinked, shooting us a puzzled look as their entire squad came pouring through the door long before he finished the lockdown sequence. Due to newly emergent complications past the door, they'll conclude that this location is the optimal point to intercept and engage the infiltrators from the Ring. This location, you say? Wait. That door leads to a zone under a syndicate wing's protection, doesn't it? Better idea to fight here, then. Happy to work with someone quick in the uptake. It wasn't long before the Falvis began rushing into the open door. Didn't want to summon them while they were relaxing, but, well, it can't be helped. And I summoned the Simmons back to work. The Doomsday Countdown is coming closer, isn't it?
오, 기운이 솟는다, 단테. 가서 빨리 때려눕히자고.
Crush him.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
엄마가 검을 들고 나갈 때마다 내가 정말 두려웠던 건 엄마가 돌아오지 않는 거였어. 너는 어떠니? 무사히
Unlock.
아니면 엄마처럼 거짓말쟁이가 되어버렸어?
바이올렛 브레이크 슬랩!
쏴야 할 때가 왔군. 숨겨둔 수를
I'll drown you to despair if I have to. Unlock chain. Scatter.
유효하군.
Pierce.
우와, 이거 완전 삼촌들이랑 공허대가 됐어. 필연적
Break up parts.
절대적. 엄마는 무기라면 뭐든 잘 다뤘어. 그중 제일 뛰어난 게 검이었고.
방심했고
Reload.
결정.
Unlock detected.
실용에게 불확실한 것은 없네. 머리에 멍이 좀 들었다더라. 설마 저거 진짜 쇠방망이야? 그럴 리가. 손방망이에요.
Let me check passives. Oh yeah, that's actually a good call. Hop, 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 hop. Crush. Crush, crush, crush.
옳다.
Koza.
効果的な攻撃でした。아이씨, 짜증나게.
I got a sharper claws.
완벽한 한방. 시원한 걸. 갈고자 하는 모든 것들과 함께 무덤으로 돌아가라.
저건 물병 아니야? 어린이 친구? 물병은 언트레션의 반이 금지고. 미래를 과거와 같이.
Oh, someone died. Like a bitch.
작것들 전부 녹여서 썰어버려도 상관없지? 머리에 좀 들었다더라. 그런데 너 설마 저거 진짜 쇠방망이야? 그럴 리가. 손방망이에요.
This is fine.
예측할 수 없게.
Stack deck.
오, 머리 좋다 단테. 방금 완전 좋았어.
깨달음을 얻으셨군.
모자를 쓰고 있는 단계에겐 방망이 대신 풍선이 정답이에요.
How about the art of pontilism being used against you?
아이씨, 짜증나게. 운명적인 죽음이 있어.
차포잡이라. 예상한 것보다 움직임이 더
지금처럼
좋구나.
엄마와 함께 이곳저곳을 다니며 많은 기억을 쌓아줘. 언젠가 그 중에서 가장 멋진 곳에 나를 데려갈 수 있게.
도박장죄로 의뢰를 냈다 싶더니 이렇게나 밑장 빼는 놈들이 한가득일 줄이야. 아, 한 달은 의뢰 없이 놀아도 되겠는데요?
Miseries.
사무소 논한데.
Okay, and that about wraps up the middle's corridor. Thanks to you folks, I managed to cut the door catalog workload by 80%. I really appreciate everyone going the extra mile to check each and every door, too. Made my life a whole lot easier. It's all thanks to the manager's excellent strategization. Next up is the thumbs corridor, but we actually found a lot of intel lying around here, so we just need you to check some of the doors in this basement. Intel? The manager expresses interest in the aforementioned intel. Ah, that's the Thumbs corridor. We came across a bundle of papers detailing the comings and goings of the Thumbs members, and the orders they were carrying. Whoever wrote those logs has been diligent keeping them updated. The last entry was not written not so long ago. What question do you have? Well, the contents of the notes weren't all that interesting. They helped us get an idea of where each door in that corridor leads to. Oh, China's shitty scrap papers. She's been keeping up with that useless shit this whole time? Useless shit. Remnants of her desperate search for the threads to cling to. He found one of her backup ticket hoards. How do I kill a spider if I have already vacated the house and cannot go in it? Well, it just is a matter of just... Oh, well, you can't exactly kill it if you're already out of the house. So, your options are very limited there. Just saying. I marked any doors that need work with a drone. There should be about 3 or 4 of them. While you guys do that, I got some leftover work to take care of over here, so... I've been noticing throughout our interactions, whenever anything irrelevant to his work came up, Alan seemed to have a way of unhearing him and maneuvering right past it as though he didn't even register what was said. I recall a conversation with Cesara back at P Corp that deeply uncurious indifference might be just one of the essential personality traits to go on as a corporate employee in the city. Understood. We'll explore the areas past the marked doors and return here. Max is done. Well then, without returning to where the other Wayfair Company employees were huddled around, we decided to follow the corridor to the left. Hey, there's someone in there. More the ring, maybe? Going by the silhouettes, they're likely members of the ring. Oh, come on, lady, get out of my way so I can see. It's a detective. It's a detective, some stupid guy I don't know, and that annoyingly airy dude. Sounds like Moses Brecker and Hong Lu, respectively. Drew's conversation grew clearer the closer I approached them. You okay, fella? You bumped your head earlier. Fine as fiddle. It was just a minor fall. It's the 3rd time it's occurred. We'll have to discuss this with the manager once this consultation is over. I think I'm seeing a bump on the side of Honglu's head. Anyway, you know what to do, right? If at any moment you see signs of... Don't worry, Gregor. You made it through the explanation and the footage both. You're gonna be fine again. I believe in you. Look at you now. We're right where it happened. But your arm is stable, see? Ironically, fear tends to grow most unmitigated when it's distant unseen. It's red, you think it's poisonous? If it has a red mark, then yeah, that's probably a Black Widow. But if it's just all red, then you still want to err on the side of caution. Might be a wolf spider if it's big enough, or anything of the sort that might fall into that category. So it's always good to just approach with caution no matter what. And just have a wide sheet of paper or anything with a wide surface area that you can just crush it against. If you have like a mop, I feel like a broom or a mop, you might be able to do just that. I understand what you might be worried about, but I don't see even the earliest importance of it. Don't hesitate to share the unfiltered thoughts that arise while you're in here. I know what I saw in that footage. I'm still having a hard time believing it. Or, I don't know. Maybe I'm just avoiding the truth when it's staring me right in the face. My case is nothing like Don Quixote's. She doesn't need to keep her shoes on. It's all good and dandy for her, isn't it? Things just don't work out the way for me. Whatever they're talking about sounds hella deep, guys. You sure about eavesdropping on them like this? I guess he's always really cagey about himself. Maybe now's a chance to learn more about him. He's sharing such an IS about himself for once. Might walk away. Don Quixote gives me a nonsensical interpretation of Ryoshi's acronym as Kira rolls her eyes out of exasperation. Between the bickering sinners and Kira, however, Ada stands in silence with an inscrutable look on her face. She is listening to the exchange between Moses and Gregor like a woman possessed. Oh, she likes a tea, don't she? Okay, let's keep listening then. I was right, damn it. She was right all along. The war isn't over. It never was. It can never be over as long as this fucking joke of a gift stays attached to my arm. Barbed words. Now, let's revisit a question you couldn't answer while the footage was playing. Hopefully it's become easier to answer now. You've been using the arm to fight just fine so far. How? I don't mind fighting hostiles on it, or enemies. I'm not the kind of person who worries about people trying to kill me. Kill my comrades. That changes things, doesn't it? Can't even control it. There's nothing I can do to even brace for it. It's like it's unstoppable. Like some kind of time bomb counting down to unleash a disease you never know that when the symptoms will set off. Even Heathcliff, who was always the first step up when people began to spiral into self-hatred, stood in conflicted silence, his lips drawing a hard, straight line. Besides, Gregor wasn't wrong in that, at present, there wasn't any way to stop his transformation should it occur again. He's still got a good chunk of the journey left, and eventually will have to. No matter what lurks in the past of us sinners, even if they have killed hundreds, thousands, or tens of thousands of innocent people, will you still embrace them? We'll eventually have to confront even darker, bleaker truth of the war. Can you really trust Gregor not to crumble under the inevitable pressure? I see. You're afraid you'll end up hurting us. Oh, that. At first, I thought I couldn't give a hoot whether or not I accidentally murdered some of you. It's a bit saddening to hear that. You know how it is, Honglo. We, the bus team, didn't exactly get off on a rocking good start. But through our journey, I've begun to think of you of all of my comrades. Greg! And I was okay with that because I had too much faith in my own weakness. When I realized I had grown so weak, I couldn't even take down some backstreet thugs with this arm, I was relieved. I imagine that same arm, my arm, the weapon that stabbed the heart out of countless people during the Smoke War. I'll be honest, when the Hohenheim film that said I was an exception, that alone made me hope. Exception, but potential to be harmless, weaker than even a non-combatant like Yasang. Made me hope for a life that didn't sound so bad. We all know how that went, though, don't we? Move in the worst possible way. And after all that, I just couldn't bring myself to fight again. So I no longer know when this fear would eat me up again. I'm constantly afraid of this damn gift manifesting again. The same fear you've carried all this time. How did you endure before? Badly. Barely. Holding on to the idea that the living's gotta live on. Nothing else. This really brings me back years. Memories are so clear, it's like they happened at all yesterday. Best you get me off the bus before push comes in. That can't be the answer, Gregor. You can walk away, but the danger of our journey won't leave you with you. Dante and the rest of us will be facing an endless repeat of peril. It's not like leaving the bus will bring peace to your heart. Our deaths can be reversed should an accident occur, even if it comes at the cost of Dante's suffering. The same can't be said for most people in the city. That's something I never expected to hear from you. I guess you're right. Overseeing this through any kind of end, this would be the place to do so. Not many places in the city have some warmth to them like this does. And this consultation thing is pretty embarrassing. I mean, it's not like I was forced to go through something as traumatizing yours, Changlo. Truth be told, I'm not some special case. Everyone who participated in that war must have gone through more or less the same experience. Miss Moses, Otis, even Valentina, that piece of work. We can't attach a number to our misfortunes if they are something to be measured. But when I fled my past, I tried my hardest to avert my eyes from it. But you, Gregor, you're not like me. If a few steps had distanced you from the past, you'd come to pause to spare a look toward the path you had walked. All those years that let slip by, and all that slipped you, that you by, are dotted with fathoms of suffering that are both ineffable and beyond measure. Different experiences, different pain. Still, if there's one thing common to everyone, it's that trauma leaves after effects that linger for a long time. Well, multiple. I'm guessing that might have been a spider's nest, if anything. If you have any kind of like spray, like rubbing alcohol or any disinfectant, I think that might be the best possible chance in order to just kill it from a distance. What are yours? I dislike odd noises and people who talk too much. They sound too much like the cacophony of the war. Like screaming comrades who resented me even as they lay dying. And the wounds they left in my heart bled me dry. But I thought you were fond of Miss Ezra, Miss Moses. I've talked too much. That aside, haven't you heard your fill? Might as well come out of that corner you're hiding in. Oh man, they knew I've been dropping eaves this whole time. I was actually waiting for just the right time to come out and say a few words, but I can't find a proper moment to. Well, I would have had to share this with the manager button or the rest of you fellas sooner or later. So I really don't mind, but what's she doing here? T.A. Temporary ally? No. Temporary accompaniment. Don't be an asshole. I'm working my ass off to help you guys. Pleased to make your acquaintance. You're right on time. I've been working on a theory, but I don't have all the clues to be absolutely certain. A word from someone in the know may immensely improve my confidence in the theory. Kira, do you know which door that Thurm's nurse father was most attached to? Huh? No. Duh. Duh? That's supposed to be obvious? Didn't you guys all see her? Think I just chatted up a scary lady like that? Dude, she was beating the ever-loving shit out of Lucio every time I saw them together. Oh yeah, he went down fighting you guys to the end, huh? Yeah, said stuff about her generosity and all that, and fought till he died. Damn, that's unexpected. Being real for a sec, I thought I was totally gonna swap sides. Really? That lad? And why is that? You know, the vibes. You guys don't know because you haven't seen him long without the scary lady looming over him. What's up? Gonna stab her around the spine? You! Look, I think I might be training wrong because you're not improving as much as you should from all that grind. Let me show you what I learned about sword swings from this comic book. That is not how my master had instructed me. The textbook cannot be permitted to have even a single deviation if it means to repay the debt it owes her. Why are you so obsessed with that crap anyway? I don't even like that old lady. But you're not so different from me in that regard, are you? Bro, what the heck are you talking about? I love my papa. Seriously though, I thought thing was gonna crash and burn before Yoshihide even came home. Suppose textbook and I had that in common. If this one doesn't know, then let me redirect the question toward you, Sinner Ryosha. Hopefully, this touches upon one of your more intact memories. Do you know which of these doors the dumb nurse father showed particular attachment to? Or the door she used the most often? Why ask me? Fine. Yes, I do remember. I don't even need clocks to help to piece it back together. It's that one. The door with metal pieces dangling from it. Holy shit. Almost died out there. Son of a bitch fucking fly. Where the Jico fucks even drag those gross pests from? Mom? Are you okay? Do I look okay to you, Ticket? No, not really. I'm fine. You know I don't break easy. Have a 5 on the front door. Do you have anything like a sheet or anything they can use loosely in order to just whip at them? Something to kind of swipe them away. Anything they can use in order to just create a bit of distance. You should have been there to see me tear the heads off that Jico vermin, Ticket. But Mom, your legs are bleeding a lot. Here comes another mission. Why, they really can't do shit without me, huh? So much for a break. What the fuck is this? Bandages? Bandages. For you. Is this kid serious? They got truckloads of expensive treatment on it ready to patch me up, and the moment I get back on the field... well, okay, never mind that. Yeah, use something in order to create a good amount of distance. You don't want to touch anything that's gonna allow them to crawl, so you're just gonna have to swat away at them. But if you get hit, if you can kind of press wide, then you might be able to kill a few of them. Hey, this works. Mom, sit tight and don't start any trouble. I'll teach you some sword techniques when I'm back. Must have been her years in a smoke war. Yeah, fighting in the war took a lot out of her and left her perpetually exhausted. But she marched to every battle with a smile. Stopped drinking, stopped beating me too. Like a blissful lady who forgot that she was still neck deep in the inescapable pit called the House of Spiders. Well, the ironic peace didn't last. Sometime after the war ended, she called someone she called the concierge of the Thumb visited the House of Spiders as a tutor. And that's when she went right back to drinking herself into a shit-faced stupor day after day. And probably the day she got excommunicated. The beatings returned, and so did the edge of inner profanities. That's pathetic. Hold on. Why though? Sure, I was on the losing side, but Wasn't Valentina on the winning side? A war hero at that? Ever heard of the regulation to prevent Smoke Corp participants from moving into I Corp and K Corp nests? The common thread between those post-war rules is that they're making the lives of veterans difficult. These rules that don't discriminate between winners and losers. I see. Must have been things going on behind the scenes there too. Going for a few seconds, not gonna. I guess I don't know what to suggest at this point then. I just probably got to be on the defensive at that point. But doesn't that mean that back door will drop us in the trench they dug in during the war? Yes, and Greg will be the one to open it. Wait, me? Yes, others can do it for you. But what will be the point? You sure this won't end up giving him more nightmares? Let's see how this helps him in any way. Do not have any means to treat whatever it is that slumbers within his arm. However, I would surmise that the underlying cause of his sudden transformation wasn't the arm itself. Then what? It's trauma. His arm took control after his psyche was crushed by the weight of the unspeakable memories coming back to haunt him. It's not because the arm went berserk that he started reliving his painful past. It's the other way around. Isn't that so? If you can come to understand that the war is really over, and what the others say, no matter how closely they echo the past, is not necessarily aimed at you, then you may be able to loosen the grip of the fear and anxiety that your arm could metamorphose at any moment. While a suggestion may seem blunt, it is one basic treatment principles of M-Corp psychotherapy centers. Fine then. Guess I'll open it up. Greg walked to the door and grabbed his handle, then paused, taking slow, deep breaths. With one arm, he gently opened the door. Why are you running? You'd be taking the lead on the front lines with a G-Corp banner held high. I don't want to die. It's nice to have a place to go back to. Oh, right. Happy 15th birthday. But you can't possibly have the cheek to call me cruel. Your G-Corp past were far more messed up than I ever was. Ripping people apart, cannibalizing them. You're nothing but a swarm of fucked up monsters. Thought I'd woken up from the dream. That's progress. That's progress. As long as it's just less spiders. Oh, still. Wait, is this syncing? Okay, so burn.
연료는 잔뜩 준비해뒀지. 입증을 알리는 음악 소리가.
This place. Huh? Just a boring old office. Kinda right to be shook, thinking that we're about to walk into a war zone or something. You recognize this place? Of course I do. My last job before Limbus Company. My desk was over there. Here's a tip, fellas. When working in an office like this, always get a corner desk facing the wall if you can help it. As you hire from the boss, man. Out of sight, out of mind, you know. You can do whatever you want that way. Work, chill, even freak out in terror at the slightest sound of metal clanking. Nobody will catch you. Nobody will think you're above the other people. Frigga grins, a bitter mocking smile directed at himself. The only downside is that this arrangement being people walking behind me to get my attention. Perhaps just had that whole year. Perhaps just had to holler, "Hey, vet hire!" and skull up right to them, but others can't do that. Some people walked from behind me, afraid I might cause an accident. Vet hire must be about the post-war veteran special employment. Yeah, you managed to do it without fainting? It's pretty much fear. The moment that you start getting that courage in order to face your fear, it becomes bearable. So, hey, I'm proud of you, but not... Wow, that feels so weird. I mean, considering that I actually do have such admiration for the Banada character, it still kind of sounds weird coming from me. But, hey, I'm proud of you nonetheless. God. Right, but I couldn't possibly complain. Look on that job without it, you know. Not everyone was lucky enough to be considered for that. I was better off than most. Gregor? Head manager Ted? Gregor whipped around his hand, instinctively leaping it to his other arm. There's an unfamiliar man in a clean suit standing behind us. Really is you, Gregor. And I see some new faces with you. Oh, wait. Oh, you must be the accountant. You must be the accountant of the guys, the other team that asked us to leave. The meeting we're open for. Never mind the lightheadedness beard. It's just probably catching up after the adrenaline, so you'll be fine after a while. And a new job, huh? I see I got some new employee card right there. Well, how have you been doing? Me? Same old, same old. Well, enough. It's not like you've got anywhere else to go, right? I'm not surprised you found new work so soon. You're always a dependable guy. Get the pay good? How's life, man? Oh yeah, you were gonna sell that commemorative coin. Some kind of metal, right? We got paid good money for that. Wait, the rusty commemorative coin. Ain't that? Well, that's interesting. So it's a G-Corp medal. Look at me asking how's life to a fellow citizen. Can't imagine anybody would have anything good to say after that, huh? Moving on. Hope no one's hunting you with the vet hire shit over there. No, not at all. There's none of that here. Yeah, that's good to hear, man. So you don't deal with that dang jackets of an exec VP messing with you like he was a war vet himself. You know how many years I had to hear that geezer bragging about how he profiteered from the war, pulling himself by his bootstraps, about how in every peril is this opportunity waiting to be found, blah, blah, blah. I'm preaching to the choir, aren't I? That guy, huh? He's still taking his sauna breaks during work hours? What do you think? You miss a seat every day. Oh, and get this. Remember how he used to call you special employee fellows Nepo Force? Wow, that's funny. A few days ago, his name showed up in the HR report. Guess what it said? Turns out he was lining his pocket with kickbacks when we were choosing the fix office for a partnership project. This is something about a vacancy in the office real soon. Really? Isn't he, actual Nepo? Oh, he's the president's family. Yeah, man. It's that bad. what anyone ever talks about by the water cooler. If there's anything I learned here, it's that people obsessed with back in my days are all kind of like him. They hate how their glory days are behind them, kind of like a distraction from how pathetic they are now. And hey, a backstreet kid like myself didn't have glory days to look back on and yearn for, right? I look back and it's all doom and gloom. You know, if you ever hit rock bottom, you also know the only way left to go is up. You've said something like that before, yeah? Yeah, guess it's my own brand of bullshit philosophy. Don't better look at me running my mouth in front of our customers. Sorry about that, folks. Oh, don't worry about it. Yeah, that's a pretty unique prosthesis you got there. No worries, but it seemed that you were on your way to submit those proposals. Golly, I'm late. Thing was snapping me out of it. I'm gonna get one of like a scold. Anyway, Gregor, let me up sometime, huh? Let's go out and catch up over a drink or something. Sure, if I'll get the chance. The man who seemed like Gregor's former coworker hurried away, but he didn't forget to wave us a good-natured goodbye. Ted! So I'm guessing this is where a smoke war battlefield took place. But I'm glad someone actually made a comment about it on Twitter somewhere, that even with how dystopian and fantastical the world of the city is, of Lobotom Corporation, the Library of Ruina, and Limbus Company is, at the end of the day, it's still a regular place. There's still parks, there's still office buildings, there's so much more that exists out there that's just relatively normal. It's just that we've all been seeing like the more extremely corporate side of things, where we see bodies get dropped left and right, and even in like the badlands of the back streets and so on. But somewhere in the middle ground, it's always going to be that normal society where people just go about their days, living their lives. And yet people like Ted, who's just keeping on. I can see a little bit of him in the way you talk, Gregor. Come on, I don't sound as old as he does, do I? Hey, no smoking in here, Moses. Don't you see the sign? Moses, who had been quietly observing Gregor and his former coworker chatted, exhaled a light stream of smoke until they began to speak. Many of us who return from the war seem to suffer from a certain misconception. When we are told to remember, it doesn't mean we are bidden to live through the nightmare and the past over and over again. We're not being cursed to relive the pain and suffer in it. Both Ezra and I, we're both still trying to be free of this misconception we inflicted on ourselves. It's not like I remember it because I want to. Well, if you can't bring yourself to forget, then might as well include them in your memory, the fact that the war has indeed ended. Fine. You're not wrong there. Gregor stared at his right arm for a while, quietly contemplating. Manager, bud. Can't say I can give you any reassurance, but what's going on with my life seems to be the best answer for now. I want to ask if you're okay with that, though. I'll manage, but it's you who's gonna have to deal with the aftermath. Gregor would always say the same to those suffering from cruelty and inherently living. Still, live on. Just live on. Yet, even as his lips spoke those words, his eyes would take on a desperate and unfocused look, shaded beneath despair. Today, though, the gloomy gray seemed to give way just a hint of a blue sky beyond. This may be no more than a single ray of sunshine peering through the dark clouds that have long suffocated the sky. It would probably take much more than this for the shadows to be fully lifted, but Okay. Don't you worry, I'll be fine. It's a big step forward for him to have addressed even a little bit of that persistent anxiety from his past. We emerged from the door and we saw Otis facing away from us, her weapon drawn. Oh. Wait, I don't think she even followed us through the door. Huh? Were you here the entire time? Yes, I was told by the elm figure that someone to stay behind and watch the door during these operations. So I stayed and... Oh yeah. Ah man, it's those asshats again. Weird. The corridor's not a place for newbies to be roaming around on their own. As you can see, a few uninvited guests have decided to visit us through a different door. A little past out is just in time to see more Falvis pouring into the corridor through a different back door. Mostly trying to find a way to get to the ring nurse father's corridor. Well, we can't just let them through, can we? Kill them all!
좋아. 얼른 끝내고 밥 먹으러 가자고.
Yeah, what's good, Nez? How's it going?
짜증나게.
Ooh.
완벽한 한방. 시원한 걸.
Swing and a miss, swing and a miss.
얻으셨군.
모자를 쓰고 있는 한국인 방망이 대신 적당해요. 이번 판 특별 이벤트. 저쪽에 기절한 혈기들을 때리면 추가 점수를 증정합니다.
이발사여.
Alright, we just build up resources first.
자주 바꾸는 것은 좋지 않습니다.
No, that's unfortunate.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
착후잡이. 예상한 것보다 움직임이 좋고.
이 정도쯤은
Shit.
누가 화났을 땐 이렇게 숨소리도 내지 말고 숨어 있어야 해.
One-sided, that's a counter, or... Oh, yeah, this probably won't be much.
아이씨, 짜증나게. 본인의 승리.
Out like a light.
하나 제꼈다.
Actually, let me... Fourth match. Burn them.
완벽한 한 발을 위해.
아이씨, 짜증나게. 마무리. 에리도베의 사람이 노드레데. 어릴 땐 몰랐어. 전부 녹여서 썰어버려도 상관없지. 삼촌들이랑 말도 못 섞이는.
Yeah, this should be good enough, and I think I have enough magic balls in order to make it work too.
손가락 안에서도 네로라 하는 실력자들이었을 거야. 너희가 보여준
So let me see how many I have.
기술을 매번 엄마의
No, zero.
가르쳐줬거든.
Forget it. I mean, if you're calling her mother, you might as well be accelerating the very purpose that Banat has. Just saying.
짜증나게.
너무 세게 맞은 것 아니야?
시원하지? 그래서 정말 느낌이 안 들리나요?
You know, I never noticed that. Hold on. Middle stealth augmentation that's scratched out. Interesting. It's 2 skill. A skill 1 and skill 2 plus. Good lord. You had to put it like that, huh?
아이씨, 짜증나게. 와, 엄청난 공격이었어. 기념할 만한 걸.
Dark Flame.
본인의 승리일세. 지금처럼
Alright, and that's that.
엄마와 함께 이곳저곳을 다니며 많은 기억을 쌓아줘. 언젠가 그 중에서 가장 멋진
A
곳에
bunch of art nerds
나를
gone.
데려갈 수 있게.
Yes, I'm seeing that.
완벽한 승리를 보고 드릴 수 있어 영광이네요. 분명
I'm seeing that all too well.
관리자분들의 활약 덕분이겠죠.
If anything, I'm surprised how well you're kind of taking this whole Banat character to a very interesting level. If anything. If anything.
한기가 떨어질 때군요.
Once we dealt with the Falvis who invaded Thumnar's father's destroyed corridor, we left for the Index. I ran into a few familiar faces waiting at our destination. Huh, don't you guys have today off? Yeah, but I thought I might as well come along. It's, you know, you keep summoning us while we're in the middle of something, so I decided that it might actually be more convenient for us to be with you in person. Your summoning occurred at the most unideal moment. Now, I know you weren't doing it on purpose, but all 3 times you summoned me, I was leaning over some snacks, tumbled a bunch of whipped cream. Where the excuse me, where did the whipped cream? Jeez. I'm trying to ask a question, but the down bad is just a little too much. So I might as well just... Yeah. Where did the whipped cream land? Today I've learned that blacking out and waking up to me-shaped indent in a cake I was about to chow down doesn't make for a very relaxing break. Sorry about that. I should have checked in with you guys before summoning, but I'm still getting used to it. Okay, now you're being too sorry. My feelings here, you know. I'm tagging along because I need some exercise, that's all. I appreciate the additional employee assignments. If you could share any information about yet another corridor. I get here all the time, so I know this place a little. There was a super clingy, annoying little... No, that wasn't that old mask dude. There was this other, Is there something you don't remember? Oh, right. Kira probably didn't remember Sora. Sora? I don't think that name rings a bell for any of us either. Is that someone who used to live here? Yeah, well, Sora was the next apprentice, so she probably lived here. Now, she's not killing me, that's one thing for sure. Like I said, I have more fondness to the character rather than the person that is donning the name. It's just, like I said before, I do have a bit of fondness for Roja as well, so it's just me being a little down bad as far as other things are concerned. Forsooth, the index apprentice. Oh, pray tell, wherefore is that middle thumb and... Wherefore is that the middle thumb and the ring each have apprentices, yet the index and pinky lack them? It would indeed be quite an odd... It would be indeed quite odd if there were 3 of the 5 fingers kept an apprentice each. Retrace my recollections, yet I find it like following a trail of odorless air, invisible and unreal. No, there was someone, but I can't. The representations of the pinky and the apprentice are missing. No, to be more precise, the merciless blade has shredded and reduced them into intangible formlessness. How refreshing to hear that same impression from someone else rather than myself for once. It seemed that I was the only one who remembered the 2 apprentices. I retraced back to our first meeting and briefly shared what I knew about Sora. She doesn't sound like a very forgettable character. Well, alright, she could cut her into ribbons. That would explain why it feels like I'm recalling a sequence of events with a crucial part missing between. I can almost imagine her, giggling to herself like a creepy loner, and she probably wears glasses too, right? Like one of those gloomy introverts from anime? Yes. I see. So that's why it feels like I'm tearing through each strand of a weave. Yoshu? Let's say the world is made of strings or threads, Clock. With every slash, this blade would be cutting into the flow of strands that twine to compose one's existence. When an object is severed forever beyond repair, you think neither trace nor shape would be left of it. But now that you piece some of it together, it's almost... Instead of elaborating further, Ryosha fell silent again, save for the sound of a tip of her cigarette turning to ash, like she was recalling another incomplete memory. I guess she was trying to avoid over-speculating what she doesn't know for sure. Damn, that totally breaks the meta. I had a vague idea how it works, but it's the first time I'm hearing the deets. Papa had to go through 4 ramp-up stages and remove seals to, like, even make full use of his sword. Honestly, yours needs a trade-off. Your sword totally power creeps Papa's. T.O. There's plenty already. Oh, so true. Guess letting your memories away is one hell of a trade-off. Sorry. Okay, so I'm guessing you don't have anything to contribute for this corridor. Yeah, I've got one. I don't know where it leads to, but this index guy uses it all the time. Hopefully it doesn't drop an instant army of indexes. TPU. They rarely gather in big groups. That's pretty unlikely. Ow! What was that for, Ryosha? Wait, did you just hit me with that sword handle? I didn't do anything. But I saw it. I saw Ryosha's scabbard, Araya suddenly jerking to the side, prodding Sinclair like I was annoyed by something. You're getting in the way of things, Sinclair. It's a bonding moment between her and Kira, so I understand why she did it. I won't STS. I won't STS. I'll snap your legs clean until you can barely walk. I swear, this is a slander or whatever. Look, you poked me so hard that it left a mark on my arm here. Here. Well, I don't want to read too much into it, but Scab was rattling like it was irritated by something. Stop interpreting for her. That's why she won't stop making these nonsense acronyms. Okay. Thanks for stopping by, but hopefully you actually do get some rest, especially after the whole spider and children situation too. He's making it worse. Gotta stop him translating for us somehow. Raya? Wait, that voice just now. It sounded like a lot like Raya's. Dante? You saw that too, right? Ryosha didn't do anything. Wait, really? It really wasn't her. Nope. It's decided. To be fair to Sinclair and no one else, but I saw it in full detail how the scabbard came to be. Which means that he couldn't imagine in his wildest dreams that the scabbard poked him out of his own volition. It doesn't seem like any of the sinners heard that voice either. Damn, you guys bully him a lot, huh? Well, that last been long overdue for a smack up beside his noggin. We should head inside. Let's not keep Alan waiting. Kira directed us to an almost typically normal wooden door, so featureless that I could have mistaken it for any of the dozen doors we walked past in the other nests. We were greeted by a whiff of stale, musty air at the moment we walked through the door. I think this leads to a basement. Oh! From his uptight story. And emerged what appeared to be almost dungeon-like basement area. Whenever the masked song beeper rang, he walked through this door. So, who are they? The Index. Signs of life? There are people living down here up until a few hours ago. Why are you here, paper slips? We're only executing the prescript. I had it with these prescripts. Though at least yours don't make annoying beeps. The basement was stocked up with a shelf stable and non-perishable food. And the cells are all completely empty save for what looked like a makeshift bathroom for each of them. It's like that this dungeon was used to imprison individuals of varying features so that they may be required to complete a prescript. Seriously? This room seems to be used for something worse than simple incarceration. Among Faust's conjectures is that the captives were conditioned in body and mind in various ways to match the precept's killing. Ugh. Sounds like this guy was just as crazy as the rest of them. Wait. A staircase right up there leads up. Let's check out what's... Freaking annoying, man. What are you doing? You cannot enter through this door. Oh, I see. Another griever body blocking the doorway. Move. I need to see something. The will of the prescripts forbids you. You cannot enter through this door. What do we do? Well, is it worth forcing a way in there? You seem pretty adamant about not letting us in. I prefer if we stay as far away as possible anything that has to do with the gods, prescripts. But nothing in this payment gives me any indication as to where the door connects to. Now this is right. We're gonna have to get upstairs somehow if we want to get the idea of where the store leads. If Ryan's been using this basement then. I'd like to see what's upstairs. Honestly, wondering that this door connects to some basement is more than enough intel to cross it off the list. Still, if this has anything to do with the Ryoshi's memories. Alright, let's push through. I'll see you in command, Executive Manager. The will of the prescript is absolute. Is it though? Oh, so actually facing the index first time around. Well, not first time around, but we're actually facing the paper slips.
주군께서 너희에게 거는 기대가 크더군. 최선을 다해라.
주군께서는 사소한 실수로 책 잡지 아니하시니 너무 긴장하지 말고 임하게.
Some of you may already be aware that the prescripts are delivered through various means. Of these, the paper slip is the most commonplace and the most preferred by many. Then the question we must ask is how many forms of the prescript might take? Do they all flow from a single origin? Or are there distinct entities behind each? Unraveling these mysteries is the purpose of the Society for the Research of the Index. Now, would you like to join us and explore the answers together? A modest blade, unassuming and unworthy of note, and in following the prescript, the fulfilling of its directives, the aid of its messengers, that emerge from unseen places, the teachings of the proxies, is it slowly perfected into a weapon imbued with a singular uniqueness. Okay.
명령에 따르겠습니다.
Piercing them works. Burn.
세상에, 저거 봤어? 물을 끼얹은 것 같은데? 둘 다 어디 갔지? 저도 데리고 도망가세요, 당신의 언니!
Finish him off.
옳다.
아이씨, 짜증나게. 엄청난 공격이었어. 기념할 만한 걸.
Say goodbye.
敵は下で覆っています。
화격검.
각자의 위치가 있으니
Nice. That's coup de grace right there.
아이씨, 짜증나게. 남았어도 이 정도쯤은. 착하게? 죽었으면 빨리 나와.
다쳤으면 의무실에 가시거나 혈액과를 받아가십시오.
그럼 다음
counter.
습격.
Sanity's 35, so if I do have anything that would...
화격검.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
What?
완벽한 한방. 시원한 걸. 이번 타임 특별
Alright.
이벤트. 저쪽에 비서관 혈기들을 때리면
Let's do representation emitter.
이발사여, 규칙을 사사로이 자주 바꾸는 것은 좋지 않습니다.
이쪽부터 재밌으니까 괜찮아.
명령에 따르겠습니다.
Burn.
화력 추진.
안개만은 없겠지.
That should kill them though, right?
모든
I hope.
결과들은 파우스트가 알아요.
Well, not much.
판도는 유리하나 교만하면
녹여서
뒤집어지는
썰어버려도 상관없지.
그래서 어쩌라는 거지?
경계. 그걸 꼭 말로 해야 하나?
Yeah, I think that'll work.
조여목구를 달궈볼까.
불타버렸나.
나이스, 하나 제꼈다.
And barrel down.
탈출 개체 확인.
각자의 위치가 있으니
And he's dead. Yeah, no, that's an ass kicking too.
엄마와 함께 이곳저곳을 다니며
Boom, boom, pow, boom, boom, pow,
많은
boom, boom,
기억을
pow.
쌓아줘. 언젠가 그 중에서 가장 멋진 곳에 나를 데려갈 수 있게.
What's up there? You may speak to me casually, Araya, but in the presence of the other apprentices, perhaps you should find it preferable to mimic the tone of Dihui's star. Come on, it's not like I want to be Dihui's star. Just let me do whatever I want while I'm here. Certainly, you have a point. So, what's there? Up the stairs? I'm not sure myself. I've never been upstairs. Are you even a little curious? Why bother peeling back the heavens to see what's beyond? Those wanting of yearning needn't raise their heads skyward. Am I seeing Araya's memories? Clock, what did you see? I'm not sure, but now I got even another reason to check what's upstairs.
앞에 나선 보람이 있었구려. 그 어느 때보다 뜨겁게 타올랐어. 이 건법도 제법 손에 익은 듯하오.
Into oblivion in silence. Yeah, we are really actually going toe to toe against Urban Nightmare, and I think even Urban. Well, we already took down Ryan, so he was already a star of the city. Oh boy, Inferno's just gonna be one fun show, isn't it?
제압을 준비합니다.
敵が来ます。皆さん、戦闘の準備を。
Yeah, we'll probably take the hit somewhere. Take the hit.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
Alright. Let's build a little bit of resource though.
받아볼 텐가.
Give ourselves a little bit of leeway. So an event that you actually have an ego available, you can actually get a nice little jump ahead. Start multi-killing too.
출진.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
Oh, that can be good.
깨달음을 얻으셨군요.
모자를 쓰고 있는 당신에게 방망이 대신 이 정도쯤은 정답이에요.
Yeah, might as well take care of that one since they have a higher ranking skill.
완벽한 한 발을 위해
아이씨, 짜증나게.
Tough luck, chump.
정지. 벗어날 수 없다.
Okay, do we have? No, we don't. At least not yet.
완벽한 한 발을 위해
Come on, man. What are you doing? Nice. That'll go, Kira.
저것들 전부 녹여서 썰어버려도 상관없지?
Also, what is... They have karmic consequence. And it's still hopeless. Yeah, might as well.
화격검.
아이씨, 짜증나게. 바이올렛, 브레이크 슬랩!
끝내.
스그레 다시키 됐네.
저 로신한테 꿈에 닿을 때까지 몇 번이고.
Right, give me your blood.
완벽한 한 방. 시원한 걸.
Oh, that's the spirit.
총알값 아까울면
But now I'm actually getting a little pissed.
너희가 걸어야 할 수라의 길. 여전히 그 끝이
명령에
보이지
따르겠습니다.
않는 멀고 또 멀고.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
Not good.
전력으로 상대한다. 전탄격발.
너무 세게 맞은 건 아닙니까?
시원하지? 저 멀리 날아가는 소리 안 들리나요? 방금 전에는 굉장히
Yeah, now why is these gaggle of fucks actually putting up a serious fight? Ah, I see why, because we don't really have a lot of SP.
전력으로 상대한다. 전탄격발.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
And let it happen.
모든 결과들은
Go.
파우스트가 알아.
Yeah, man, there's a momentary boost in SP.
아니, 저기 위험에 빠진 동료가?
훌륭한 해결사는 동료를 버리지 않는다.
Oh, that's bad.
알도록 하던 말씀이지요.
But this should be kill. Yep, there we go.
조여목구를 달궈볼까?
Time for you to become an offering.
이겨버리겠어.
Bitch!
아이씨, 짜증나게.
I severely underestimated my opponent.
スキュー大将お願いします
Marked.
손님이 쓰러졌어. 어서 의무실로 이송해 주시오.
It's just these four.
힘 조절하라고 했지?
It's just these four.
화격감.
Why not just die already, please? Make my night a little bit easier for me.
그렇게 설지 목이 떨어질 수밖에.
I mean, we're probably gonna make EX anyway because we're 10 on the dot.
여행에는 목적이 있었지.
엄마는 무기라면
Bitch.
뭐든 잘 다뤘어.
불타버렸나.
그중 제일 뛰어난 게 검이었고. 敵は深手を負っています
받아볼 테니까 그렇게 서 있으면 목이 떨어질 수밖에.
지금처럼 엄마와 아들이 이곳에
My oh my.
많은 기억을 쌓아줘. 언젠가
That did not
그 중에서
fan
가장
out the way I expected. There is no limit to the LARPing, huh? Create the ultimate poser. Oh, hello, Yan. Since when did you become a Noggin Hammer member? Oh, I guess it might be a better career path than Index, considering, y'all been kind of making some posers for sure. Ah, okay. Kind of a letdown they were just body blocking the door like that, like there's some big secret behind it. Alright. Looks like that's just any other average family home. Oh man. Okay, cleaning up's a chore, but people should at least dust their home once in a while. The thick layer of dust covering every surface of the blotchy wallpaper made it clear that no one's been living here for a good while. Whichever family lived here must have had a child. Look, there are drawings and dolls too. It seems like the place has been abandoned for quite a long time. Could something bad have happened in here? Yeah, something must have happened in here that caused the family to flee. Never got to return. Yeah, lots of evidence suggesting that. The open door, the single shoe just laying around. So someone fled from home for a reason, never to return. Oh no, it's kind of hard to narrow down the cause. Well, it could have been anything. Are you searching for something in particular, Ryoshu? Yes, but it doesn't seem to be here. Every frame photo is signed and singed beyond recognition. Whatever documents that were here have been torn to shreds. So the index probably was deleting or destroying evidence. Probably to cover up the whole raising project they did in order to make it Roland. Famous evidence as president as being Cromer. So much rather than index and everyone from the kind of like my memories. So this wasn't where he escaped to, huh? The next nurse father, Ryan. The last that we saw him, he fled to the house via the corridor after suffering a severe wound in Ryoshi's hand. If by some miracle he survived, there's a chance he'd come after Ryoshi again, but something about our last encounter led me to believe that was the last time Ryoshi would ever see him. This is... Do you recognize this drawing? I found myself hoping to see Ryoshi piece together another memory. She'd been recalling new details all day whenever something caught her attention. Sadly, she responded by softly shaking her head. No, I don't. So they've been protecting this entire...
나를 들뜨게 만드는 일은 많지
Protecting this room this entire time.
그 귀중한 경우의 수에 들어맞았군. 잘 놀다 간다. 회수하지 않은 탄피는 팀이다.
Oh. Fathom. Actually, we can probably run sinking. No, or rather, yeah, in order to get the bonus or benefit, we can run with this. Oh yeah, we also have the prints too, but we gotta like dump a lot of our points, a lot of our experience and our threads in order to uptie a lot of the resources. But we got something to hold on to at least.
됐네.
After leaving Ryan's quarters, we explored the endless corridor for a while. We didn't find anything that could help piece Ryoshi's memories back together. Great work. Now that just leaves the Pinky Nurse Father's corridor. But that room didn't have any back doors for us to explore. There were countless more in the adjacent corridor, but our guideline makes it difficult to delve into each and every one of them right away. Which means that our work here is done. Thank you for your assistance, Dante. Okay, glad I could help. Dante replies that they're happy to have been of assistance. Well, then, it's been a pleasure. After a brief round of handshakes, Ellen returned to the forward base. Probably should have done the same, but... Hey, why not take a look around here anyway? Sure. Because we have more business here than simply checking the doors, we decided to stay a little longer and visit the Pinky's corridor. The Pinky's Nurse Father room had a peculiar structure. Each doorway open led to a room identical in shape of the previous one. Even though I was certain that we traversed through quite a few rooms, we somehow found ourselves back right at the starting point. There are some small design differences between each room that help them tell apart, but it's difficult to tell which is which unless we look really hard at every detail. Where are we now? Kitchen? How do you know that? I've been here before. Someone calls me after promising to watch Fisticuffs together, so I thought I'd come and visit. Someone y'all have met too, I think. It was, must have been another one who was served by Arashiki. Ren. Damn, he might be right. His name was Ren, the Pinky apprentice. I TikTok, but no one here seemed to really have anything to say to that. I suppose that only makes sense, after all, his existence versus no one but here but me. So when you said back at K-Corp that you cooked before, you were talking about this, huh? Yep. I used to perform intense culinary artistry here. Your scabbard is shaking. Your views are glowing. One of them was yum, meaning yeah, unbelievably mouth-watering. Scabbard, Araya, was defiantly shaking from side to side, inviting him to deny Ryoshi's claim. Must have been pretty damn bad, huh? I'm having a hard time believing her, if you ask me. What did you usually make? Box lunch. Box lunch that kids might bring to grade school with sausages cut like octopuses and tamagoyaki. A bit simple to be intense culinary artistry, don't you think? IF. Didn't you know? There's nothing like a school lunchbox rivalry. So I want octopus sausages, tamagoyaki, and why are we making sausages out of an octopus? Oh no, I mean sausages cut like octopuses. And why are we cutting sausages into octopus shapes? Cause it's adorbs, that's why. That's a virus. That's not an octopus, that's a virus. What is that? Sausage carved into an octopus shape. Then it's a single suction cup. Come on, I didn't mean like a real life octopus. It's gotta be adorbs, Kay. Oh, they're just so cute together. Isn't it all the SD once it goes down the gullet? Why is it so important? But mommy, there's nothing like school lunchbox rivalry. IDU. Huh? You're doing your weird acronyms again, aren't you? It means I don't understand. That's when you say IDK, Mom. SMH. These must have been some of the happiest memories Ryoshi and Araya shared. The sinners, me and Araya, even as a scabbard, could imagine or recall them in full. But for Yoshu, the most important part of those memories are remained sliced away. Still, if we can continue to piece more and more of her memories together by going over these places. Do you want to check out what's upstairs too? As soon as I asked, however, the sinner's footsteps came to a simultaneous stop. Wait. Hang on, Clockhead. Don't open that door just yet. I looked back and found Q and Heathcliff poised to fight, hands on their weapons. This way, manager. For Marcel, who realized what that indicator yanked me back to the line, yanked me to the back of the line. In a mere moment, there was someone guiding those whelps. But they sent more than far as it houses spiders. Stinks of wet dog. The claws of a massive paw slashed through where we had just been standing. Oh. Wolf mask. It really is, as Maestro Emile Benoit said. This place is already occupied. If you'll be so kind as to help me with directions. This is where Mr. Callisto's art is located. The question came from a woman who appeared from one of the doors that led to a different corridor. She was wearing a wolf mask, and unlike the Falvis we had encountered thus far, she seemed to have made a point to speak and act with decorum. But the subtle hint of violence in her voice quickly betrayed this air of faux civility. Sure you have the right address, lady? Your belong stuff ain't part of this house. Find a different corridor. Yes, I'm aware. But I'm not here looking for its creations, which are easily mistaken for mass-produced garbage. I could feel intense gaze even though her face was obscured by the mask. And there was no doubt in her eyes or bearing down on Ryoshu. Suddenly I was reminded of what Ryan said moments before he fled to the corridor. We let them observe us too freely. What is that? The Falvis got to confirm a lot of important intel, including the fact that the House of Spiders has fallen, and that Ryoshu is currently in possession of Arashiki. They want Ryoshu for themselves, whether she's completed or not. Ryoshu as she is now. Isn't that intriguing for once? My name is Rufo. Yoshihide, the blade coveted by the five fingers, Master Callisto's final and posthumous masterpiece. As a docent of Falvis, please allow me to honor the escort of escorting you to our gallery. Do I want to? I don't see the point in hanging out with people in those unesthetic AM. As expected, Ryoshu declined to Rufo's request with a curt reply. And I too routed angrily in the docent's general direction. Then, I'm afraid, my only remaining option is to rely on our usual method of ushering. Goodness. Shilu, Nazilu, Rufo. What was it? Ran? Yeah, I think her name was Ran from the TLA, the Technology Liberation Alliance. Someone in Project Moon's been dipping in the chocolate for sure. But I think when it came to Shilu, I think the signs have already been confirmed somewhere. But I guess we're going with a more Native American flair. Or indigenous flair. Let's be a little bit correct there. How are our odds? Oh no, she's always over there than me at my max out stats. Really? The shape of her ring suggests that she's a docent of the school of Falvism. Her position is comparable to that of a cap over thumb or big sibling of the middle. Apparently, that maketh her a foe who may surpass even Ricardo's might. By the stroke of ill fortune, even Lei Heng. Though she's nowhere near as strong as Lei Heng. Our chances are HOHOM. Half or more. I like those odds. Half of half or more. Dude, really? Outmoded. Has been. Why seek the art of a has-been after all this time? It was a decision met with much confusion from the outset. To entrust such a momentous project in the hands of one such as Callisto, everyone agrees that is no less foolish than casting a pearl before swine. And they were quite on point with that assessment. His oeuvre recovered from the house were more tools and art. The sort that the likes of a workshop meister might be able to assemble. No self-respecting maestro would create such mundanities and call them art. Now I must ask for your forgiveness for presuming that you would be no different from the rest of his work. But what I observe above this room completely changed my perspective. The scorched corridor, the ferocity with which you've scarred the walls and floor, as though a frantic beast had torn through them. There is but one tool that could possibly have left such marks behind. At least you got a passable eye for art. Yoshihide, I ask you, have you ever considered pursuing art of a further elevated beauty? It will be an experience that departs from the dilapidated remnants that dubs itself corporism. A movement so constrained by its obsession over the human corpus that once it has depleted all meaning it had to offer, it began piling on empty definitions onto itself. Valvism is a movement that has broken from the traditional mold, unfettered like a beast that roams free. We dare ourselves to ask questions that challenge the mind. What is man? What are things? What does it mean to trace the origin? How do we define that which we call la fave? These are the subject matters that have led to us faves into art, to feel the fertile creativity. Very fertile creativity. Should you, a wielder of that relic, ever enter the fold of our movement, it will layer your work with such unrelenting spectrum of colors that it would be destined to leave an unforgettable impression in the annals of history. In other words, what we can offer you will be much greater worth than what you may have learned from a teacher like Callisto. Never considered him my teacher, not a real one anyway. Finding beauty among the carnage of blood and flesh is a lesson I learned on my own. And yes, I know enough about your movement. Maybe consider some of the works created by your school acceptable, at least among the rings arts, or not, I can't remember. Then, will you? But I don't know. I don't know what makes your art more elevated than the one I pursue. The one you pursue. Didn't the site you claim to have seen clue you in? Oh, it did. I do understand. Your art appears to be no more unchecked chaos at a glance. But upon closer observation, it reveals a fierce dominant force that threads the entire scene together with its keenness as a connecting suture. Your blade work, too, shows much multi-layeredness. Mere keenness often entails mundanity. You have transcended such a limit by scorching the tail end of each slash. Truly, a unique aesthetic sense. I believe I sufficiently understood the full extent of the artistic merit imbued in that scene. No, you didn't. Lesser painters like you are such mediocrities that they fail to recognize the beauty that lies in the grotesque. They do little beyond painting the hell reflected in their eyes and call the shallowness hell's beauty. A sorrow condensed into a cry held in an instant, wrath unbound from the yoke of reason, the fading gleam of the despair in the hewn. You give no thought to what each of those emotions signifies, instead obsessing over the cursory qualities of what is beheld. Let me teach you otherwise. Pay attention, because I will not afford you another long-winded discussion. You'll ready your scabbard. Pontilus, Valvus, Suprematus, Lauratus, Cubus. I visited my share of the Rings galleries and heard their commentaries, but none of them were to my liking. Your art is overcomplicated piles of definitions buried under symbols, caked in patchwork of empty shells. You and your art both talk too damn much. Just like Callisto's. Keep trying to take from other movements, forcing meaning where there was none. Access is easy. Anyone can do it. What's beyond most is making it succinct. The art of abbreviation. Alas, if all is one by one abbreviated away, nothing remains in its absence. Making the void left behind ever after meaning. No, the void is what remains. And it holds things that can't be found anywhere else. What is this? A minimalist manifesto? No. My aesthetics go beyond the pursuit of simplicity. I pursue the natural germination of artistic immaculacy, a state of perfection wherein further abbreviation is an impossibility. Sangria. A bit abstract, isn't it? Too removed, too plain, with a distinct lack of any meaningful, striking qualities. What exactly is it that elevates your art above that of Fauvism? Painters. We're the stubborn sort that mere words can't convince. Indeed, there is no discipline more subjective than that of art. Oh, her eyes are sharp blue. Discourse concerning its nature may extend for days on end, but it will not change the fact that unseen arts are meaningless, pretentious illusions at the end of the day. Then I suppose I have to carve it right into your eyes. Please do. Though I'm afraid it might be overshadowed by the sheer vibrancy of my aesthetics. Art, fight! Art, fight! Art, fight! I, a docent of the Fauvism, shall personally welcome you to my critique session. Carnally. Carnally. Unfortunately, we're gonna have to burn down your little artistic lesson for one purpose or another.
짐승들의 지갑을 쓰겠다.
Kneel.
소 보여주지. 정작 이 정도 탕내 허덕이나. 목이 비었잖아.
저건 물병.
어린이 친구? 어떻게 짜증나게 금지. 向こうにも事情があるのでしょう。ですが私たちは止まれません。
I know one is targeted at me. I'm pretty sure she's gonna keep summoning goons too. Wait, did she heal? She did heal. Or she didn't take much damage. No, she did heal. Hold on. All right. Intrinsic is in the outward appearance of each animal a distinct purpose. And we are the one who awaken and express the ferocity of those that we call wild beasts among them. Yeah, let me actually recontextualize. We're gonna have to kill we can take as many hits as we want, but as long as it comes at the particular expense of their guys going down.
짐승들의 체력을 풀겠다.
너무 세게 맞은 건 아니야?
시원한 스윙! 오! 스트레스가 저 멀리
That's more than a bigger trade-off than anything else.
40. 먹지.
우와! 지금 완전 삼촌들이랑 고모대 같았어.
Say goodbye.
소리와 호흡을 멈추고
効果的な攻撃でした。
목을 떨고 고작 이 정도 탕류의 허덕이다.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
Ooh, the slam dunk. Something telling me they're not gonna like that particular claw mark on me.
敵は深手を負っています。
Hold up. Wait. The target's defense skills equipped while having Pala Vibrante. Clash power plus 6 and deal 90% damage instead. Okay. I do want to test this. It's not clashing with, but have it equipped. So as long as I have it on our line, we should be fine. No, I feel like I'm reading it wrong.
대가리
나가서
딱
싸워. 뒤는 내가 봐주지.
아이씨, 짜증나게. 나만 이 정도쯤은
Okay, yeah, that is the right choice.
이 식구를 건드렸겠다.
따뜻한
적이 술에 취한 한량처럼 허둥거리니 승기를 세운다면 지금이겠구나.
Now we want to get into a situation where we can actually eliminate both of them. For as many of these as possible, as many of the Falvas as possible. Take and deal 5 damage for every unit. Okay.
짐승들의
나가서 싸워. 뒤는 내가 봐주지. 따뜻한 40. 먹지. 이 정도로 나와 겁낼만한데? 미워하다.
Wait, did she actually protect?
모불 아물
サンタさんの作戦とても効果的でした。아이씨, 짜증나게.
Ow.
우리 식구를 건드렸겠다.
나이스, 하나 제꼈다.
Wait, there was one that actually dominated. No, never mind.
못 쳐주게!
Oh, so she actually does get in the way of some of our attacks.
먹어 치워라. 오, 머리 좋다 단테. 방금 완전 좋았어. 짜증나게.
Just to protect the students.
믿음을 되새겼다니. 어리석은 민호는 품지 말았어야지.
깨달음을 얻으셨군.
모자를 쓰고 있는 사람에겐 방망이 대신 큰 칼이 정답이에요. 바이올렛.
Oh, that's actually helps. But I doubt that's gonna even. Oh yeah, she's in trouble. Let's go. Ah, okay, okay.
대가리 딱 떼고.
이 식구를 건드렸겠다!
Oh God!
나가는 길은 옆에 있는 친절한 관계에게 물어보세요.
So it seems that we are meeting again. At least the circumstances are still favorable. Right now you're witnessing a very intense art critique. Oh, here we go again.
단테, 고생해.
못 쳐주게! 하나, 둘. 지면이 울릴 때마다 네 업을 떠올려라.
엄마는 무기라면 뭐든 잘 다뤘어. 그중 제일 뛰어난 게 능력이야.
Yeah, we're making progress at least.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
기적해 찾아졌지 않나.
Phone line.
와, 엄청난 공격이었어. 기념할 만한 걸.
적의 팔다리를 끊었군. 이제 전력으로 쳐라.
Do I have? No, I don't. Just one more envy will do. I bet the chill because of some speech. I mean, you do kind of carry the same kind of cadence if we're being realistic.
한번 쳐주게!
따뜻. 뚫리고.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
Perhaps with tea addiction, that could also be the case as well. I mean, if it's mostly black tea, then I think we're pretty much on spot on. Nice.
완벽한 한방. 시원한 걸.
나무와 함께 베어 넘겨드리죠.
Timber!
옳다.
Oh, this 3 times. Oh, she's a woman of few words, but
어릴 땐 몰랐어.
내가 어버이보다
왜
뛰어났지.
엄마가 삼촌들이랑 말도 못 섞게 했는지. 그 외부 강사들 손가락 안에서도 내로라 하는 실력자들이었을 거야. 너희가 불러준 혹은 더 대단한 기술을 내가 엄마에게 가르쳐줬거든.
or perhaps I am arbiter in the real world. I mean, I think there would be very different circumstances if arbiters or even the head even existed in the real world.
짐승들의 재간을 풀겠다.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
우리 식구를 건드렸겠다!
바이올렛, 브레이크.
Oh, that's my girl, Kira!
큰 흐름을 뒤집은 건 아니나
Well, the circumstances couldn't be any more unfavorable now.
한번 쳐주게!
산수를 향해 온 라샹. 자세에 틀림은 없군.
Oh, yeah.
다음 세상으로 넘어가려면 자 여기구나.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
소리와 호흡을 멈추고
이 파도 속에서 움직일 수 있는 뭐. 깨어져라.
림버스 컴퍼니.
무기를 만드는 것만큼 내가 어버이보다
また一
뛰어났지.
つ学ばせていただきました。
Might as well pick on someone that's on her own size. Who was that pointed towards? Oh, yeah, that's gonna hurt. Well, not much.
짐승들의 재간을 풀겠다. 목을 떨고 혼자 이 정도 탕류의 허덕이다.
아이씨, 짜증나게. 아까 방망이 맞고 의무실로 가면
Oh, now here it gets
들었다더라. 그런데 설마 저거 진짜 쇠방망이야? 그러니까 손방망이에요.
Now, what can we do in order to get rid of those protections this time around? Sometimes I wonder what would happen if that were the case. Oh, I honestly don't want to think about what what happens if the head actually does exist in some capacity. In any capacity whatsoever.
산소류 경혈 라샹 끝을 낼 시간.
아차! 아이씨, 짜증나게.
Oh boy.
누가 너를 잊어도 반드시 되찾을 거다.
We're just doing it for the bump up in power.
모험하군. 나의 손으로 잘라낼 수 있다면.
까딱하면 지겠는걸. 단테, 좀 좋은 생각 없어?
Yeah. We're gonna have to reconvene.
고작 이런 걸로 길이 끊어졌다고 생각하니? 아니,
Maybe we could converse over a cup of tea, a topic such as this.
연결된 끈을
Yeah, that sounds like a fair thing to do.
생각한 것보다 더 질길
A
거.
little bit of tea does kind of assuage any kind of qualms or emotions that could come from it.
예전부터 한 번에 되는 일이 없었지. 대관원을 나선 이후부터 언제나 줄고. 그러니 될 때까지 피를 흘리고 치고 박으면 그만이다. 나의 도끼는 차고 넘치니까.
Do I even have anything that would qualify as bleed? No. Cap off.
책임은 모두 내가 진다.
드디어 내
내가
원하신다면
명령이라면
자, 해골바가지랑 거미 대가리 후드려 패러 간다.
Coming to town. Don't know where it's leading to. It's a very interesting question to ask.
먹은 것처럼 기운이 솟잖아.
나가서 싸워.
죄인인가?
뒤는 내가 봐주지.
Ooh.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
우리 식구를 건드렸겠다.
And we can kind of stack as much blue as we can.
목이 피었잖아.
오, 머리 좋다 단테. 방금 완전 좋았어. 단테さんの作戦とても効果的でした。 해결사가 혈귀를 때려잡는 어트랙션이 있어도 되는 거야?
어버이의 자비와 포용력을 상징하는 것 아니겠습니까?
어버이의 은혜로운 해결사 타임으로 이름을 바꿀까요? 한심해.
Ah, that might actually work. Yeah, that could also work as well. So we have one unopposed, so we can make that work as well.
고귀하게.
좀 더 잘 뵐 수 있을 것 같은데요?
아이씨, 짜증나게.
Breakthrough.
뭐가 치워라.
깨달음을 얻으셨고
퍼펙트! 모자를 쓰고 있는 할비에겐 방망이 대신 풍선 칼이 정답이에요.
Oh yeah, that's a raw hit.
어중간한 연민이 이런 불필요한 고통을 가져오는 거야. 목숨을 거두려 했다면 머리를 베었어야지.
It's proportional to the number of centers we have on the team. Yeah, let's get Metal Wolf. Wait, who's that aimed at?
한번 쳐줘.
나가서 싸워. 뒤는 내가 봐주지.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
우리 식구를 건드렸겠다.
만 남았어도 이 정도쯤은.
Okay, now I'm actually curious.
向こうに事情があるのです。私たちは止まれません。
If that phase does actually involve what I think it does. Where if I do actually have defensive skills equipped, if I can attack with everybody else, perhaps there might be a nice little loophole somewhere.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
I think. Maybe we're reading a little bit too much?
엘리도 베레 타나미 오즈마이 데스.
네 피분수?
A cup of tea? Yeah, that'll be lovely. If anything, it'll be an honor to have a tea with, Madame Banana. After all this ordeal, we'll have to pass some way, shape, or form.
어릴 땐 몰랐어. 왜 엄마가 삼촌들이랑 말도 못 섞게 했는지. 그 외부가
Well, this is a favorable situation.
손가락 안에서도 내로라 하는 실력자들이었을 거야. 너희가 보여준 혹은 더 대단한 기술을 매번 엄마에게 가르쳐줬거든.
Alright, let me see details and the passive. Nothing much there. So which did I take away from?
그쪽도
나가서 싸워.
인간!
내가 봐줄게. 아류탄초 경혈육시 찢겨라.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
우리 식구를 건드렸겠다.
앞차.
Indeed, the power of imagination holds a great weight.
40.
After all, the floor of philosophy does have some interesting ideas as far as transcending beyond intangible walls, now would it? Oh! Ow, ow, ow.
모든 걸 걷어들일 순 없었어.
And that too. There's always that option as well.
힘의 공격군 내올 건가?
승리로 이끌.
이용하는 것이 상책이겠지만
누군이라면 내었을 거다.
Yeah, let me see if this actually is a thing.
부상자를 챙기지.
If not, then this can only end in the worst way possible.
갑니다. 엎드리도록. 40. 먹지.
저건 물병 아니야? 어린이 친구? 물결은 어트랙션 내 반입 금지.
Alright.
저기 술에 취한 한량처럼 허둥거리니 승기를 세운다면
You
지금이겠구나.
know, this is a much better outcome than I hoped for. Passion over painting. Alright, who's that target towards? Ish. Yeah, this too is fine.
재미는 없겠지만
나가서 싸워.
이렇게 할게요.
아류 산초 경혈 육수 찢겨라.
Well, the paralysis helps.
아이씨, 짜증나게. 바이올렛, 브레이크 슬랩.
Oh, that's a nice helping of bleed too.
이 숙구를 건드렸겠다.
저희도 가서 도와줄까요, 돌싱맨?
승리로 이끌.
아니, 내가 방망이나 맞는 역할이 들어갈 수 없어.
타당한 의견이지.
Throw of inspiration. Actually, no. The passive, whenever this uses base attack. Okay. Contempt it is. What fit her best? Arbiter will do. Well, personally, Arbiter would kind of suit, but not best. All right. Was that targeting? Yep, yep, yep.
갑니다.
Way to go.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
Bask in awe.
흩뜨려져 추악한 모든 시선이 이끌릴지.
Oh, that's fine.
무기를 만드는 것만큼
이런
내가
행동을
어버이보다
펼친보단 내 퍼레이드가 더 재밌지 않아?
인간도 혈기도 가끔은 일이 직접 몸을 움직여 이
Is it fixed target? Neutral. Dominating.
죄인인가?
모든 걸 걷어들일 순 없었어.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
판도는 유리하나 교만하면 뒤집어지는 거.
그래서 어쩌라는 거지?
경계. 그걸 꼭 말로 해야 하나?
Either way, it's still a really dicey situation. We just gotta believe in this wicked game of chance.
대가리 딱 떼고 따뜻한
아이씨, 짜증나게. 어? 자신만만하게 달려가더니 근자감이었던 거야?
해야 할 고통.
Ow.
바이올렛 브레이크 슬램! 나가는 길은 왼쪽이 죠 돌아가는 길은 왼쪽.
Oh, fun.
이건 입구 쪽 안내 멘트 아닙니까? 근데 여기서는 오른쪽에 왼쪽.
So, who is that targeted? Oh.
고귀하게.
아류탄초 경연 육시 직결.
아이씨, 짜증나게. 피날레를 시작하자.
We'll persevere somehow.
34대는 여기까지.
Fortunately, the corroded is actually still able to target.
경멸하리. 꿰뚫을 정도로 뜨거운 혐오감을 쏟아낼지니. 보이지도 잡히지도 않게
But it's just back to back.
그 사슬로 이어져 있는 한 너희의 시간이 사라지지 않을 테지.
Don't forget it. My only hope is this point is yeah, we don't even have any resources in order to kind of contest against it too.
고귀하게. 아이씨, 짜증나게.
만찬에 집중해.
어머, 너무 아프게 맞았는데?
Oh boy. Yep, this is bad.
죄인인가?
아이씨, 짜증나게. 수진과 탈격되기마센でした.
승리로 이끌.
ダンテさんには
But we just have a saving grace somewhere.
ありましたよね.
Yeah, I can fix the nerves, but I can't fix the loss.
고귀하게.
산소류 경혈 온 라샹. 끝을 낼 시간.
끝나는 걸까?
우리가 나를 떠나
지금처럼 엄마와 함께 이곳저곳을 다니며 많은 기억을 쌓아줘. 그 중에서 가장 멋진 곳에 나를 데려갈 수 있게.
I'll take it. I'll take it.
오랜 목마름도 어버이를 향한 죄책감도 피를 마시는 순간에는 생각나지 않을 거다. 그러니 가릴 것 없이 마음껏 마셔.
That's a victory in itself right there.
할 수 있는 유일한 꿈이니까.
See? You're looking much better with those superfluous animal parts removed. You're serious about founding your own movement? I already answered that. But you'll need time. On the Falva's wings, at least you could fully cultivate your movement. Perhaps. Yeah, she seems to like me. Just a little bit. Though it always comes at a cost of something else. Like my gacha luck. I don't suppose words have any meaning now. It doesn't raise a giant armor though to strike us in our final act of defiance, and slamming it down upon the door we entered through instead. All I can do is buy time for. Mid-sentence, the docent suddenly went limp like a marionette whose strings were cut. Dead. And here I thought at least her last words are going to be succinct. Thus we are made foes with yet another finger. The ring. That's not doom and gloom already, fellas. We be an officer of the fingers all on our own for the first time, didn't we? I see this as a pretty definite win. On your own, huh? Come on, bro, I was fighting my ass off out here. Aaron Gregor has a point. The outcome of this battle would not have changed by a significant margin even if you had not been there, Kira. This is more like it. We don't have to freak out over mere BB anymore as long as we're off clock. Ha! Don't start congratulating yourselves for achieving the bare minimum. Those who celebrate over small on occasion don't deserve to stand beside the executive manager. Well, I guess this isn't impressive of all people who used to be much stronger like Aldous or Don Quixote. Prithee thee, speak not such folly, for the joy of my compatriots is my own. Have you any inkling as to why she might have, in her final moments, demolished the door? Right, it's not like have a short of doors in here. Are you really debating the logical thought process of someone who has 2 seconds away from dropping dead? Come on, let's at least get out of here so we can bring everyone else up to date. But didn't I just leave this room? Ishmael walked through the door we entered through and it appeared from behind us. Oh shit, where'd the exit go? Don't tell me the exit changes every time someone walks through it. No, can't be that easy. I am barred from enjoying the fresh air of the outside world. No longer free to travel the mountains and cliffs as my feet would carry me, as the other members of the Pinky are. I wish to no avail that I should be allowed to weave the delineations of wings and back streets. So this is what she meant. The back door through which we traverse is a passage to the corridor of the one called the Index Nurse Father. Across the bargain door we might, or if it avails us but for a brief jaunt to the Pinky Nurse Father's asteroid corridor after 4, it returns to us to this room. It was not locked in a loop without a starting point, no matter what door we open. Is there anything we can do? The rescue team will arrive in time. As the location adheres to a regular flow of time, like warp trains, it'll be approximately been a week or two from the present before we can return. That's pretty long. Well, the first problem we're gonna have to deal with is food. As far as I'm aware, we should be good to go for at least 3 days. Thanks, Rogia. So let's. I didn't bring any snacks. It sounded like we were about to walk into one of the Elcor branches of our dungeon, so yeah, makes sense. Also, we have to give this room a thorough search then. No need. There's no exit. We'll cut open our own. What about the part where it cuts into your memories too? Deal with that yet? No, a sword. A sword. It cleaves my memories with every slash. Don't know what memory will slice away this time, but it'll be something recent or one I hold dear. Wait, don't be so bloody rash about it. By other means, no one but Heathcliff still remembers the person he holds in the loving depths of his heart. Ever since the day of the Sepia Tempest, memory took on a special meaning, a very special, precious meaning to Heathcliff. Heathcliff suddenly reached out and grabbed Ryoshu's arm. Though Ryoshu and Heathcliff's circumstances were undoubtedly different from each other, it was clear that Ryoshu's reckless attitude towards sacrificing her own memories triggered a sort of anxiety in Heathcliff. What? Didn't you hear? We might as well be here in a week or two to get us out. Why don't we keep that sword nestling in that scabbard and wait it out? The radio doesn't work. If we go up to the rooftop and enter one of those doors up there, thousands of them. Now the question. By doing so, we'll be putting ourselves at greater risk that of casting ourselves into an endless maze that is corridor. Okay, but what dead meat if that brick wall of Maestro wanders right into this room? The wolf with these last words. Man, I'm seeing the flags. It's a hell of a risky move, yeah, but I think Yoshida and OP Sword is our best bet. Right, but what if we got lucky and they'll find us in a day or two? Quit freaking out, HC. Don't be forgotten, not lost. Well, good memories don't tend to last very long. It's been a fun excursion, Clock. I looked toward the scabbard, expecting it to rattle violently as it did earlier, but it remained still. The white blade soon reveals itself. It cuts across the wall where the door used to be. And naturally, as the right cheek's bleed cleaves through the wall, so it does Yoshi's memories. Ah, we were really getting somewhere. And the thin strands of her eyes image just began to coalesce. Slowly unraveled and fell apart once again. Even still, I released the blade without hesitation. But it's okay. We'll try again. So, conveying no resentment, no hatred, but a few words of consolation. Don't feel too bad. As the voice faded into the gentle dark with Ryoshi's memories. My apologies. I am a little bit on the tired side, but yeah. Where to? It's for the next content to figure out. I also have another kind of stream to do, but I'm guessing I'm gonna push that elsewhere. Welcome back. Question. What exactly was the point of verifying every back door within House of Spiders? Oh, Hohenheim didn't fill you in? Any information regarding these doors holds an enormous value for us. Not to mention the higher-ups requesting us to reorganize the House of Spiders into a base of operations as soon as possible, even if we had to rush our work a little. Only speculating here, but I'm quite convinced that they're preparing for a conflict of sorts. These little pockets of absolute safety are extremely valuable during these operations, as you already know. Wait, stop right there. What conflict? What operation? Are you saying that your bosses are preparing for a war or something? I just feel like there isn't enough alarm in his voice considering what he's saying. Preparing for what? Not even trying to hide it anymore, huh? Did I say something wrong? Must you ask now? I thought I already knew. I mean, it's an open secret at this point. L Corp has already fallen. W Corp is teetering at the brink of collapse. You call us Aspirin W Corp. We call Limbus coming to Aspirin L Corp. Meaning we have a shared goal. But unlike the dead-end gone L Corp, the current W Corp is still kicking, despite its rapid decline in recent years. And as we all know, companies in the city aren't much worth much unless they got the military force to back them, right? Yeah, I should honestly do the same. There's always next time for the other stream too. But yeah, I guess after this I'm just gonna knock out for sure. Like I said, the best benefit of having some clean sheets after a long laundry day. It's only natural that a business conflict will lead to a physical one as well. This is just a mere team leader speaking though. Who knows what the higher-ups in our companies are thinking. Either way, much fruitful collaboration was had today. This will reflect pretty well in our performance metrics. We didn't even suffer that many losses. I can safely say that you should expect a positive review from us regarding this collaboration. After saying our farewells to Alan, we returned to the forward base and shared with Hohenheim everything that happened so far. Hohenheim and Faust both did not seem willing to discuss the subject of the looming conflict, so we instead decided to have Ryoshi's memory and sword re-examined. Oi, Hohenheim, results out yet? Not yet, Assistant. I clearly remember you telling you 3 minutes ago that it would take about 20 more minutes. Have you forgotten already? He talks too much. Trish sounded irritated as he scolded Heathcliff, but I could sense a definite undercurrent of anxiety from the way she kept puffing her cigarettes and stuff at increasingly shorter intervals. This room might be more smoke than oxygen at this point. Mind slowing down a tad? You're practically fumigating the room with cigarette smoke. And speed up, glasses. Gonna bounce as soon as I hear the results. All you need to learn, respect that things take time. Yes, time is indeed relative, but the fact that I have managed to complete an in-depth analysis of an item of such mystery in a single day is an incredibly fast turnaround, and therefore deserves your appreciation. I have been attempting to rein in more self-indulgent part of myself as of late, but I believe this achievement deserves to be elaborated upon. It's evident truth that such a result could not have been replicable had it not been for my genius brain. Go out to the hallways and grab my passing researcher and tell them about my incredible turnaround time, and you'll hear them say, "Whoa, done already?" And to that, I will answer, STFU. Evidently tired of the two sinners alternating turns, hounding him for results. Hohenheim seemed to speed up the analysis and managed to hit the finish line much earlier than 20 minutes. Oh, done already? Yes, there are times when test results are extracted earlier than the predicted time frame. Many of those instances are easily attributable to my genius at work. Then why are you saying anything? Give me TR now. You did tell me to shut the fuck up, so I'm attempting to observe the exact merits of doing precisely that. You think Yoshieda would ever use known acronym straight? Well, that's something like sheesh, that's a full day unwind after work, though, huh? And your verdict on her interpretation? That is exactly what I meant. She's better than MTL in some ways. How she lies as she breathes. At the moment I caught the glimpse of the scabbard rattling slightly atop the examination device. Yeah, at this point I'm also kind of just recently ordered my own Banat cosplay too, so it's gonna be not too far away now that I think about it, but hey, I'm looking forward to it nonetheless. I actually ordered a larger size than the last time, considering. Glad to be of service in a way. Manager Otsdarva will do. Integer is still something of a past, but for the present, Manager Otsdarva will do. It'll still be all-encompassing either way. As those who are giggling. Very well then, I'll get right into it first. The memory of the time she was complimented for cooking has been erased. Huh? That was it? Hardly. Second, a name has been erased from her memory. Do you recall the name of the man who works with manager Saude? Effie? I would have asked that in the past tense, had it been whom I was referring to. I meant Saude wasn't here for that. That kid. Right, I don't remember his name. She forgot Pilot's name. As she did. Among other miscellaneous deleted memories are 172 hours of Don Quixote's tales of adventures and the types of foods she fed to a seagull. We shall meet again, Bana. And maybe next time we can have a nice cup of tea along the way. Like old times. 500. The stouts say that the memories most precious of young Ryoshu and me have been thrown into utter destruction? Look, Donkey, I'm not trying to be mean here, but it seems pretty acceptable, doesn't it? For the price of unsheathing a sword like that. If we're going by sheer volume, I wouldn't quite say its mileage is acceptable. I erased several days worth of memories just from a single swing, didn't it? I mean, yeah, but they sound like inconsequential memories, don't they? Berg and Heath forget stuff all the time. How's this any different? The seemingly inconsequential nature of these particular memories weren't achieved by sheer luck. In fact, it seems to have been impacted by the scabbard of Araishiki, or to be more precise, the power of Arai's ego. That's so. Ryosha looked down the scabbard with an uncertain, hollow look in her eyes. All that remains of Arai and Ryosha's recollection is a blank space where the fragments of her existence used to be, severed and removed again. While it takes a rather significant amount of time, the scabbard seems to be, yes, capable of selecting which of Ryosha's memories are to be erased at the cost of her using a Araishiki. Sounds like I should be grateful then. Ryosha regards the scabbard with a conflicted look, as though to approximate the outlines of the void she left behind. Oh, so it's got like a cooldown timer. She can use it whenever, as long as she gives it time to select the trivial memories. I wouldn't be so quick to dismiss them as trivial. The memory of the time when you were complimented for your cooking was quite a precious memory, wasn't it? I performed an inverse calculation of the relic cost. Yes, according to our measurements, the sword seems to factor in the weight of each memory and calculating the cost of wielding it. It's become rather clear that it takes more than light memories to properly wield it. So have her memories been restored? As presumed, attempts to recall the race being's existence have resulted in failure. That is quite discouraging. All is not lost. Simply by knowing that something used to be in that negative space, many things can still be reminisced upon. Like Ryosha said, it's forgotten, but not lost. Clock. She just steps foot in the world of sangria. She flashes the briefest of smiles and scatters it away with a plume of cigarette smoke. Collecting the GB will store it. What used to be here, in the pockets of void in my heart, my one and only. Ryosha's gaze traced the invisible, the unperceivable. A few more days passed by us. We didn't spend those days idling, visit Sally and Pilot in recovery. Did a few jobs here and there, like helping suppress a distortion containment breach caused by a new LCE hire. But with all those loose threads tied up, we managed to finally, after so long. It kind of feels like we're home again. Return to the bus. Ah, bus, sweet bus. This chair could use a little bit more cushioning, but there's anything like it out here there. Damn, this is your ride? Oh, badass. Heh. Between the two individuals who were looking rather pleased at Kira's astonishment, Hohenheim squeezed through to warn us about some things to watch out for. I asked Team Leader Alan to set the coordinates somewhere as close as possible to the nest. Keep driving through the door and it'll bring you right into an empty spot on the highway. don't hesitate or hit the brakes, because if by any chance there's a car driving behind you, it will crash into the bus. Not. So what are you two doing here on the bus? Decided to join the better team, did you? I must admit to a certain degree of interest in hearing your exploits, but to accompany you through them is entirely a different matter, isn't it? I'm only here to adjust your coordinates. Speaking of which, just how did you manage to escape your confinement? I told them I had some stuff to help you with. They let me out after making me scribble over some docs. Solitary confinement's hella boring, so I thought I might get some air. I have to say goodbye too while I'm out and about, right? I see. You exploit the fact that the new hires don't have any grudges against you. I thought I told them to press upon the new hires that prisoners are to be treated with as exceptions to the... right. The person in charge of that training is currently checked in a long-term recovery ward. More problems stemming from the shortage of manpower. That does include this in the report. Sounds like they're both here to see us go. Know them? Time for valedictions, I suppose. Perhaps I've grown far too used to seeing your faces. Saying goodbye doesn't come out as easily as I expected to. Another day of reunion must await in the future. I'd appreciate it if a reunion had a low probability of occurring. While I am not very partial to the mathematical statistics like that probability theory, I hope your prediction is dead right. Well then. Hey, Yoshihide. What? I wouldn't say family exactly, but listen, there's a lot of stuff I want to say to you and a lot of stuff I want to hear from you, okay? So, SYL. Did I do that right? Oh my god. Help me. Acronymize it into L. And call me Yoshu, not Yoshihide. Prefer the echoes of that name. After a round of goodbyes, two disembarked from the bus and... no sooner had the machine... Hey, what's good, Kyo? I think we're probably just wrapping things up in a moment since this is probably the last chapter of the Intervallo. But we did have one hell of a fight beforehand, so... let me give you a nice shout out. How's your foray on Starward, by the way? Any luck and try and get BRS, or have you found like a unit that you've been playing a lot of? Or feel like you've been getting used to the game so far? No sooner had the machinery clicked into place than the bus's wheels finally began to turn, bringing us closer and closer to a blindingly radiant portal massive enough to engulf the bus whole. Well, off to our next destination, I guess. Alright, where we head next? Dante inquired about the next destination for Achilles. Now that's more like it. Been too bloody long since I said the last question. Yeah, don't get too excited. When has an answer to that question never led us to anywhere that's not downright bizarre? Vegas gave me a faint, knowing smile as though confirming Ishmael's pessimistic remark. I delivered a comment that sounded too lighthearted for its gravity. Downright bizarre, is it? Well, let me just say, it's high time we face such a sight. Our next destination is District 14. In other words, Manager Dante, we're now en route to N Corp. So we are going there after all. N Corp. Plenty of face I'd rather not see. As the rest of us voiced their various gripes and discontent with N Corp, or so, who probably had the most amount of history with the wing, simply flipped open his newspaper like usual, and began reading it with the same unchanging expression. As though for him, none of this changed anything. Now departing. Vroom vroom. With that, the bus resumed its journey to yet another tale. And we're finally out of Hong Yuan for gods. I thought Ji-chun would be making house calls or visits. But I guess for the better, we don't have to worry about that. Thank the Lord. But that's all for the Intervallo for me, and I guess I could probably start making some devices as well. But squaring off against Rufo is quite painful. Still need more threads in order to get this ID though, so I might do some MD off screen if anything. That's the major priority. Let me see. It's fine. Let's also get a pass stuff. But that's all for me. Take care. Peace out. And I'll see you guys in help me. My brain, please. Take care. Peace out. See you guys in Pals next time, and the next time, play your cards right.